and it's challenging, but it is rewarding. Yeah, yeah. Speaking of the mining thing, about 2 weeks ago, senators, the Liberian Senate, passed an amendment to the mining laws of the country, and this amendment seeks to protect, to set aside exclusively the Class B mining category for Liberians, exclusively. Something I had talked about before that I very much think is a good thing, and this is good, even though not a lot of Liberians know about mining and are involved in mining, but it is a good thing that we have such a law now. This amendment is going to go down to the House. I believe the amendment has already been sent down to the House for concurrence. And once they do, I can assure you the president is going to sign it into law, because this is something the president and I had talked about before. He's passionate about it. Increasing Liberian participation in the mining sector, not only just mining sector, in every sector, particularly when it comes to the extractive industry, because it's just the foreigners making all the money. It's not us. So this is a good reform. And I called up, some of you will be surprised when I say it, I called up my friend. In fact, I gotta send him a message, Senator Darius DeLong. I guess some of you would say, but wait now, I thought you were fasting with DeLong the other day. Yes, we fast. We did. I blasted him, yes, and he went on the
Sprung gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Sprung gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to just follow, to just for you and know. The general right was salvation, just to just follow. You want to get a new start, my brother, to just follow. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to just follow. For the future, want to make their decision, just to just follow. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to just follow. Yeah, just follow. Yeah, just follow. You don't find them, to just follow. Yeah, to just follow. If you eat the man, president, my brother, to just follow. You got a sport TV, you got a sport radio, to just follow. Yeah, 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 don't just go. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? If I do that, yes, oh, yeah. So I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to prosper, to just for you and know. Just don't just fall. You want to get a new start, to just fall. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to just fall. Politicians want to make their decision, just to just fall. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to just fall. Yeah, yeah, just fall. Yeah, just fall. You provide them, to just fall. Yeah, to just fall.
I and I will tell you this. And when he called me, I was in Bapulu at the mine when he called me. Okay, I saw the call. I was like, okay, I wonder if I should answer the call or not. But I said, hell, you reach out to the man to thank him for voting for sponsoring this bill, this amendment. And so I took the call. And I said, my man, I don't know how I opened up. I said, my man, my man, sorry about the last time, but my man, he said, my man, he said something. I'm not going to repeat what he said, but he kind of like the way you would talk to your small brother or to your friend, my man, shut the hell up, man. Whatever, I ain't got time for that thing. And we talked. That was it. And we went on to talk about a lot of other things, But yes, Senator Dillon, Senator Simeon Taylor, I thank you both, and I thank the entirety of the Liberian Senate for passing this amendment. And I call on the entirety of the House of Representatives, if you already haven't, please do concur as speedily as possible with this amendment to the mining law so that Liberians would be the only ones that can obtain Class B mining licenses, because the Chinese and the other people are quickly depleting our mining resources, our mineral resources. So this is a good thing. It's a pro-Liberian thing, and I want to thank them for that. So if you all were wondering whether Henry Costa and Dillon would be good again, yeah, we're still good. we're good. I just thought to point that out. And I have a number of things I want to talk about here. The LEDA thing. Normally we begin to talk when we hit 1,000. We're already at 1,200 people. So I think we can begin to speak now. But I have a number of things I have jotted down and I would like to speak to. And I just want to clear up a few things. The last time I did a live stream was to respond to my former manager, whom I had put in charge of running my mining operation. And that was one of the it was a colossal mistake. You don't invest all that money, especially if you're not a rich man like myself. I'm trying to be a rich man. I'm not a rich man. You don't invest all that money and then go and entrust all of it, your project, to someone. Even if you trust that person and you give them full autonomy and you don't keep an eye on them, it's a big mistake. Do not do that. It doesn't matter whether you're in mining or whether you're in something else, but do not do that. That is my advice to you. Liberia has got a lot of potential for a lot of business potentials, but you got to be careful. Do it right. My brother Sekou Douklé, many of you know Sekou Douklé as a government official, but what you didn't know, Sekou Douklé was a private businessman in this country, running a number of businesses prior to going into government. Sekou's curse is he decided he wanted to serve his country. So I remember when Sekou was going to the government, and then of course some of his business dealings, people try to politicize it. Some of his business partners try to exploit the fact that he's now a public figure, he's a public official, and so they
double 71075 0777 77105 0777 771075, and you'll be live on the show tonight. So let's go to the phone lines, take your calls. Let's hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? Beginning with our very first caller here, I'm going to put a WhatsApp up for you to call in as well. Hello.
Hello, Nelson.
Hello. Good to have you. What's your name and where are you joining us from?
Thank you so much, Nelson. Nelson, this is David King.
Oh, David King.
Yeah.
Is this David King from the Response and Defense Team?
Yes.
It's good to have you on. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah. What's on my mind has to do with the drugs issue and that of the health sector of our country.
Okay.
So first of all, start with the health sector. You know, we got some clinics in this country that are doing eye, they work on eyes. And, you know, but these guys are not professional. Because I think when you have a machine to work on eye, after you put a person on the eye machine and screen the person, if you don't able to settle the problem is not capable in the hospital, it's just fair enough to tell the person and say, oh, we can't solve the problem.
So what's the issue, David? Can you want to go straight to the issue, sir?
Yeah. I had an issue with my son. He suddenly trying to lose his sight.
Wow.
And, you know, so I spent something like $550. And right now I went to church. I left the church. I've gone to the traditional side. I think you were not seeing well. You were not seeing at all. But now you're telling me, say, you're seeing something like white sheet before you see dew in front of him. So meaning when I will get results from there. So it affected me. This is why I try to raise an issue on your platform. So I think the government should make sure and regulate these people. I don't want to call name of the place because if I do that, I will spoil a business. But they need to be professional, and they should stop doing that to people. Okay. I wanted to victim now to the issue of the drugs. You know, let us stop shifting blame, because if we start to shift blame, when we look back down the road, you know, they have more drugs in the country than the CDC. You remember when former Terry was NSA director, we have $500 million drugs in the country. And how did it end? With no hit, no tea. The drugs they're talking about, that Georgia had $100 million drugs, were informed by the Americans. Not discovered, not made by us. But the Americans took precaution when they came. The arrested, you saw the DEA at the time destroying that drug
Okay, David King, thank
With
you.
honor-
I'm sorry
with
we have to
honor-
hold you there. We can't keep you alone on the line for over 2 minutes. Hello.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, please go straight to the point, sir. What's on your mind?
Family, and good evening, my peace-loving people of the Republic
Let's
of
hear you
Nigeria.
quickly, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah. So EF come out, bro, next week. What actually on my mind have to deal with this drug issue. And I am directly speaking to the government of the Republic of Liberia, headed by Ambassador DICOM President Joseph Numa Braka and his lieutenant. And Liberian people who serve as drugs to this question and asking or posting to the government in totality. Someone who are importing drugs yesterday, and our people overwhelmingly voted against the government. And someone who is producing drugs today, who is very much dangerous to the society.
All right, thank you.
That issue. Where it's supposed to be center for our people. It has become a drugs trading center. It has become a drugs that
Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you calling from. When you call in, please try as much as possible to be straight to the point because we have so many people on the line. We will not keep a single person on the line for more than a minute. Hello.
Hello, Nazukole.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
I'm Robert Gona calling from the Robert Fee Highway.
Yeah, Raul, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what in my mind tonight, I want to really listen to my chief, which is Bumape tonight. And I'll be so happy for you, while you'll be on the studio tonight. I'll be able to listen to it. Good. I'll be so happy for him tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Nothing, Steven.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Levi Cindy, and I'm phoning from Chicago Family.
Levi, what's on your mind? Quickly.
Okay, nothing. Why is on my mind about the drugs? You know, when I listen to our brother from the other side of the river band talking about President William arrested,
Which side of the river bend?
I mean, from the UK.
Okay.
Your
Well,
UK.
my man, you pay me. You want to call it this side of the river bend?
Yeah, but it's from the river side of the river band because they're taking narrow sometimes. The reason is this. They always make a comparison of President William $100 million worth of drugs. I want for them to fall to there. That the other guy from Mohammed. Let him tell me, what any government official were arrested or suspended for that incident. Let him tell me. Then there's a police who continue to say their government they imported drugs before they even came to power. And then in the country of my brother, I believe more than $500 million worth of drugs.
All right, thank you very much for your input, sir. Let's hold you there. Take another person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from. Let's hear you.
Yeah, next week, I didn't end my thought. Okay, as I was speaking, I asking our fellow Nigerians to to the society to tell you about and President George Manuel we are at the time who are damaging to our country, where they are producing drugs, where you have to go and lobby and import it. Who is dangerous? You see how bad it is.
All right, thank you.
But history was George there or towards.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you a whole lot. Let me say thanks to BSK TV. I understand you guys are relaying the program tonight. I want to say thanks to the entire crew there as well. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Thank you, Nelson. This is Edmond. I'm proud member of Concerned Liberians for Justice.
Edmond, let's hear you quickly. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm asking the government, when we heard the news of Ebola, Ministry of Health along with MCO told us that they were monitoring 16% that came from the affected countries. Up to present, we have no information as to what has happened. So the question is, are they still monitoring the 16% that they were monitoring? Because as far as I'm concerned, there is no measure that has been put in place. Or is it because the $4.2 million that they requested for didn't get it yet? That's why we are not getting any update from them? Two, the drug issue. Look, the drug that came into the country, it was intercepted. International community along with the government and President Weah, it was burned. But the one that we are talking about here, it was labeled, it was packaged, and about to be exported out of our country. So we are asking the question, who are those that were keeping the drugs here? Who are those that got the drugs here in their warehouses? Because the only way you can export is that you are having more. So if we're not having more on our soil, we are not going to be exporting it on our country. This is damaging our image up there. We are calling on President Barker to start releasing the play. That is real one they come up. And let me say kudos to the CEO. You know, I don't want to his supporter because of his stand at the time, but for his standing with the Liberian people on the drug issue, I'll just on his back for his support on that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your input. This person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Yeah, good evening. Is this Oscar Ziegler?
This is Oscar Ziegler calling from Compass to the Niba County.
Let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
Next thing what on my mind has to do with the people of Liberia, gateway to Liberia. Next thing, I think the government told us that they keep to rescue this country. But the government is overcharging the Bronx Lonely and some Indian people that controlling the people of Monrovia that overcharging Liberians who bring in that goods from other countries. And next thing, when they keep continuing, Liberia will not be built. You will not have gateway to Liberian. What Liberia has to benefit from, then you have a people, you brought a lot of people that give a lot of nothing. Then when you bring one container from America with 3-4 cars in there, they charge you $14,000 or $15,000 United States dollars. Where do we have that money from? These are all cars that we buy from America to kind of make living out of it. So the government has to see reason to see how best they can revisit the port so Liberia can benefit.
Thank you very much for your input, Oscar. Let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Good evening, Brother Nelson.
Good evening to you, sir.
This is the voice of the Common Board Chairman. My name is P1P Willie. I'm a member of the Concerned Liberian for Justice.
Let's hear you quickly. What's on your mind?
Thank you very much. What's on my mind has to do with the issue of this most talk about drugs. Okay. Longevity is a good idea. We all crave to live for long. But you see, when it has to do with Liberia and the welfare and the well-being of the state, the formula of the state, we no longer believe in longevity because our father, Martin Luther King, said, if a man have not found something to die for, then life is not worth living for that man. That's just issue. For what I've gotten, for what I've seen circumstantially, this government, each time something is not in their favor, they rush it. They expedite the investigation. I can remember this government saying people just because.
Yeah, just be brief about your input now, so we take another person quickly.
Okay.
So in conclusion.
President Barker is aware of this job. He should start wasting a break time.
Okay.
It is a cartel. You should dismantle this cartel by what taking a lead and getting Liberia involvement and other people in the government involvement so that this saga can be laid to rest, so that Liberia can be free. Thank you.
Thanks for saying what you once
Oh,
you're
is that?
ready. Yeah.
Wow. The Honorable Minister, Wilma Pay. But listen,
The
though,
Honorable is here about 15 minutes to the time.
so why you didn't tell me you allowed the Honorable Minister to be waiting for me? It's a problem. But Nelson, we got a lot to do today. We will be speaking one-on-one with Minister Wilma Pay. We want to say to all of you, share the show. It's going to be a very, very interesting conversation. Nelson, I got myself extra coffee.
Hey, Wawa.
Extra coffee. Yeah.
But then to Nempa, no. It will be different.
No, tonight. I get plenty to talk about drugs, but I won't slow down small. Let me just do a couple of flashes, right? Look. So Oswald came and he called Fede Yo, Festus, Musa, Ruth, Waiwi, Achi, Yanfor, Ato, Abdullah, Jaredin Zion, Mohamed Boer, Paul King, Peter King, Oscar Brown, Emmanuel Zion. So they call all those names. That's fine, right? And and we got the statement. And that's your favorite nephew. Levi gotta say hi to Nelson. We gotta do the show. You gotta go to your mom, man. Say hi, Nelson. Bye, Nelson.
I leave.
Okay, let me take him downstairs. I'll be right up and we'll start the show.
Levi is a co-presenter. Well, I want to say thanks to all of you here tonight. We appreciate all of you joining us. I see Jeffrey Robert, my dear sister, Ambassador Fatumata J. Masale, Vamadi Donzo Freeman. I see so many of you here tonight. Thanks for joining. Just keep sharing the program. We have Minister Wilma Pay here already. It's going to be a great show. I see Philip Bala here. Thanks for joining us. Luis Toure has joined in as well. Thanks for joining us. Aloysius Tante is here. Aloysius Tante, I know Daniel Tante, so I don't know if it is the same Tante. But thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate all of you. Just keep sharing the program. Robert Gonet is here as well. Thank you for joining. Listening to Ray Anthony Gay. Yes. The talking Anthony Gay is here. Thank you for joining. Elston Legend Wisse is here tonight. Thank you, brother. Thanks for joining us. Daniel Tante. Okay, the man show face. Thank you for joining, Daniel Tante. I see Mambu Johnson. Mamu Momo is here tonight. Robert Dogba has joined us. Thank you for joining. I see Manjane's son is here tonight from Artington City. That's where he's joining us from, Arrington City. Thank you for joining. A. Dixon Rogers Jr. is here tonight. Thanks for joining. Sister Freeman. She's always calling Anthony Gay Deacon. Yeah, so Deacon, welcome. I see Perakima is joining as well. Thank you for joining. Trokon Edwards Sr. is here tonight. Thanks for joining. Just keep sharing the program. This is Spoon Talk. This is your show. And this is one edition of Spoon Talk that you don't want to miss for anything. Victor Lagon is here tonight. Thank you for joining. I see Zizi Sade Gewe. Thank you as well for joining tonight. Tito Kuya is joining us. Thanks for joining. And Philip Bala says Anthony Gay is no more tough talking. Okay. Anthony will defend himself. Robert, thanks for joining again. I appreciate you. No, Robert, I didn't have the CEO face. The CEO said decided to go backstage. He's trying to take the co-presenter downstairs. So he's going to come back. Anthony P.Y. Johnson, thank you for joining as well. I see Cephas Na. I see Abraham Fofana here tonight. Augustine Cook, thank you for joining. Edwin Dopo, thank you for joining tonight. I see Miata Walker Griffiths is here tonight. Thank you for joining. Augustus Doe is joining from Iowa, the USA. I appreciate you for coming on tonight. Just keep sharing the show. And then we have the CEO back on the show. He has taken the co-presenter downstairs.
Yeah, another co-presenter, you got a problem. I want to say welcome. I was saying now, it's going to be a wonderful show today with the former Minister Wilma Pay, and the energy former Minister, Republic of Liberia. We want to say that, listen, this is like a tell-all. We're going to sit back, relax, and listen to the minister, ask him questions. But prior to that, I'd like to say, don't forget, when the guys come on after this interview, we will continue to talk about the drugs issue. Like I said, names were mentioned by Oswald Tuer, but I can announce, though, if it is true, on a confirmed report, that Oswald Tuer was summoned to the United States with the National Security Advisor Kofi Woods and other individuals in the government. They came to answer question on the $19.2 million drugs issue. We will get there, right? It's a developing story. I also like to say to you, indeed, we have these different statements. We started with them yesterday. Archie Yanfor, he gave his statement. You see his son, the suspect, Merandon Wright, is right there. That's Archie Yanfor. And we went to also Fedeyo. Fedeyo gave his statement as well. Who do we have next? We have Ruth. We have Peter Michael King. Peter Michael King gave his statement also. We have Geraldine Zion. We're going to give you all of their statement. We want you to be patient. Geraldine Zion gave her statement likewise. Who do we have here as well? That's another statement. Yes, suspect, right statement from Geraldine Zion. And who do we have here? Ruth Baweye. Ruth, yes, indeed, 50 years who gave her statement. We got a lot of stuff happening today. Share the show. This is for information purposes. This is not a bullying. This is to help the country in the fight against cocaine, drugs. We're going to talk about that. We also like to say yesterday, the Witness Protection Agency put out a press statement for immediate release, saying that Oscar Brown appeared on Spoon Talk by way of phone. And Oscar Brown said, hey, listen, this is where we are. I'm afraid to go to Liberia because I feel that they will eliminate me. So the government is saying, hey, Oscar, we give you full protection. We'll discuss that likewise. I also like to come in with this as well. Honorable Yambli Konga Lawrence, pro-term, yes, Senate. They are saying a communication from where? From Darius DeLon to the pro-term, and also Sir Joseph, we have that video that they should suspend with immediate effect, suspend the GLS cargo handling concession. I do agree, and we'll discuss that likewise. And that communication was signed by Senator Sir Joseph and Senator Abraham Darius DeLon. In other development, before we bring the minister in, Peter Bonjala say he's not guilty. He went to court and say he's not guilty. Peter Bonjala say he's not guilty, period. Finito, right? But he will go through the legal process. Again, I want to just leave this for you. What's your take? We see Dr. George Manneh, we are former president, and we see the vice president today, Jeremiah Kwankum. If this is 2029, hey, what's your take? I'm just asking questions. So after Minister Payne leave, I'm just asking questions. If this is between Jeremiah Kuhn and the former president, George Manneh, we are, hey, you will decide. I get red shoe in that one. But these guys say, I'm going to leave it there. We got videos that we'll be bringing to you. The vice president had a big program in Lima County. We got video also we'll be sharing with you also concerning Wilmer Pay here in studio, the former minister, exactly what he was saying on one or two programs. We'd like to bring it to you as well. I can announce to you also today, again, I spoke with Oscar Brown. I have some development for you. Today, I spoke to Oscar Brown and I have some development for you. So share the show, my friend. Share the show. We hope we do not go into Tabata today, but we will stay on script. We are not scripted, but I am scripted in my own way, Nelson Colette. You got town today, my man. What's going on with you?
I came from the capital building over here. I just came here. So I'm going to take on the time.
No. I heard that you want. No. I heard that you want to take a picture for your passport because you come with a Lone Star. Now, what I heard, I know about that. Let me ask Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, I'm not saying it. I let him push Dr. Richardson. That's what I heard. I may be wrong. I get this minister waiting. We got how many more minutes? Oh, but we got 4 more minutes. So that's why I will later matter. And Minister Jackson will bring you on the 8:30. Dr. Richardson, I'm saying it. They said the people want to take a fan picture for his passport and his visa because he only wait. I don't know how true it is. They won't lose that here. The ball will be in the court. He will be fraction.
I would love to see you come, Nelson. So you look great here. You look great. The funny thing about it, that CEO can tell y'all to dress properly. You see, you don't want to talk about your tie now.
Yeah, I soon I go past it, I'll take all the tie here.
Look, you say you want to present well at the house. You know?
Oh, well, Dr. Richardson, real quick, we got 2 more minutes before we bring the minister on. I want to play this because of this. The government is saying this to Oscar Brown. I spoke to Oscar Brown today. We got new development coming from his end. We got new development from the government end. Who met in Europe? Who met in Brussels? Who met at the EU summit? Who were with Paul King? And all this thing we got a whole story for you. But let's know Oscar Brown. Let's know Oscar Brown. The reason why the government is saying, hey, my man, we can protect you. But let's know what Oscar Brown said.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure being on the show. My name is Oscar Brown, and I'm an acting security manager for Raleigh International Airport on investigation and intelligence. I called to clear some eggs. I want to inform the Liberian people I'm alive, healthy, but not safe. I received on my way from the training of seminar from China 2 weeks. While on my way trying to board, I received a call warning me to not make an attempt to come to Raleigh International Airport as people were waiting to arrest me and humiliate me and so forth and so far. So I decided to not make my way because incredible information received was about detriment. I just want to call to inform the Liberian people, those who believe me and those who do not believe in me.
So, Dr. Richardson, I hear that. Because of that, the government put this up. The government said, Oscar Brown, you are safe. You can come home. We have witness protection agency here to protect you. But what Oscar Brown said today, I will say this. I spoke to him today. Oscar Brown willing to talk. Oscar Brown want to talk to the right people. And we are doing everything we can that he be connected. But on a side note, that's for later on. We got Minister Wilmer Payne. We're going to have a very interesting conversation. And then, ladies and gentlemen, are you waiting right now to hear from the Honorable Minister? We are on time. Yeah. Oh, that's it. They didn't tell me that we passed 8:30.
It's 4:39.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the minister. Then that's the man about the mega time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the former Mines and Energy Minister, Wilmer Payne. We're going to do one-on-one with my co-moderator here, Dr. Richardson. And that's it. The rest of the guys will come in for post-analysis. We're going to have a wonderful conversation, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you, Minister. Welcome to the show. Listen, let me confess to you. I've been waiting for you. Just off the back. I've been waiting for you. Yeah. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I've been waiting for you. So I'm happy to have you on. How you doing?
Yeah, hello, Stanton. And, I know somehow I am an unassuming person. So even though I'm not too shy for the microphone, but yet I try my best, especially after having a dramatic experience I had last year. And given that our society is so gullible, they are fanatics, they are genuine people, and they are patriots like myself. They are people who genuinely want to understand what their society is and what their own contributions and levels of understanding can be. I thought, and as my family thought, my wife and myself decided that I needed to be quiet because you see, when you have the experience such as I had, and then you came out to begin to speak. In most instances, some people who are fanatical and we try to portray you as somebody, oh, he's angry, he's lost the job, so after all, he's vexed. And so I thought it was important, given my demeanor, the kind of person I am, my disciplined upbringing. For 33 years, I've been in the public space from my days as a student leader. When I stood before Charles Taylor and defended the people of Nimba. At the time, nobody knew what lay ahead. I thought it was just important for me to be a little more cautious in how I spoke to Liberians, and because I didn't want my principles to be undermined, because what Liberians know about me is that I'm a frank person, I'm a bold person, I'm a courageous person, and as I always proudly love to say, I am an ultra-nationalist. I am an extremist when it comes to Liberia. Non-negotiable. No apology for that. And so I'm proud that's how I came up. And so at least for 8 months, after 8 good months, I thought it was important to finally, appear on your platform and to be able to tell my story. And I hope that, and I'm not here tonight to please anybody. And I'm not here tonight to satisfy fanatics from all sides of our political divides. I am not here to try to appeal to people's conscience for any reason. I'm here just to share my experience, my 17-month experience as a senior minister in our government, somebody entrusted graciously with responsibility for 2 more important sectors, 2 sectors without which our country cannot get anywhere. So I thought it was important, and after a conversation, my wife and myself, we usually debate that, we discuss, and then we come to one understanding, because what affects me affects her and our children directly. And that's how we are being able to make it for the last 27 plus years. And God has been gracious to us. And so I'm here tonight to tell my story. It's more or less a testimony of my public sector experience of 17 months, from 2024 to last year, October the 27th, when I was replaced, which is a totally different story. So I want your audience and Liberians at home and in the diaspora to know that this is Wilmot Pay. I think you can tell from my face that my demeanor is relaxed. I'm kind. Nothing has changed about me over the last 8 months. I'm the same guy, the same as Obama used to say, the skinny guy, So this is me, and I hope, and frankly, I hope we can have a genuine conversation about our country, and conversations that I believe my contributions to, I hope, will be meaningful, will help in our lingering and our long search for answers to our country's problems. I hope we can have that kind of conversation. And I thank you for inviting me, allowing me to sit on your platform. The last time I was here was, I think, immediately after I had taken office. It wasn't too long. And then I'm here. I was kind of busy, focused on, I am a result-oriented person. And the way I see life is, I believe progress can argue for itself. So that's why during those 17 months, my focus was on the work, the responsibilities that have been entrusted to me. So thank you for this opportunity, and let Liberians know, rest assured, that I'm not bitter, I'm not here with anger, I'm not here to get anything, but of course, I'm here for a frank conversation. And sometimes frank conversations can bring out real truths, which I'm definitely prepared to do.
Thank you very much, Minister Pay. It's always good having you on Spoon Talk. I like to have this conversation along with Dr. Richard Singh, when especially it comes from you, because there's a lot to be discussed. I do not want to miss an inch, and the Liberian people, they are so eager to hear from you after almost 18 months in office. Again, I'd like to say to all of you out there, find us on YouTube, share the show, find us on Facebook, on all of the radio, Spoon FM, Super FM, Fabric FM, On all of our relays, Voice of Liberia and the rest of the relay, like I said, you can also connect with us on Puma, Bowman County, Eden Snow radio station as well. We want to say we're going to be a very good program. You can share your questions. We'll be glad to ask a question to the former Mines and Energy Minister, Wema Pay. We do not have enough time, so I'd like to get into it. Mr. Minister, why do you think you were removed? You were dismissed, you were suspended, you were asked to be removed, relief of duty. What is the key? A lot of Liberians want to understand. We will get back to what you brought, your achievement, what you were trying to do in the mining sector in Liberia. But the key, one of the main reasons today why President Bouaka, who served as 12 years vice president on a Unity Party, you were there as chairman for Unity Party. President Bouaka that you campaigned for, not only in Bosorado, but all through the country, and you from Nima as well. Why President Bouaka in every one part of the government, not on accusation, not on allegation, woke up one morning and say, I must relieve Wema Pay today. Why?
Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. And this is one question that I believe, at least as far as I know, will continue to come to me. And every time I go to public gatherings, it keeps coming. And there's no way to avoid it. And there's nothing to hide, honestly. There's absolutely nothing to hide. And there's nobody else out there who can say anything about me. Somebody may gossip, but nobody can sit before me and say with confidence that this is what actually happened. But here is the fact. Honestly speaking, I was one of the few very privileged people. Privileged in the sense that the president didn't owe me anything, yet he was gracious enough to give me an important role to play. And this is how the story started. In January, I'm saying it because it is my life story. It has become a part of my story. So I need to tell it. I'm not telling it to make anybody look bad or project myself a positive image in any form. I'm saying it because what I experienced, which eventually will form a cornerstone, the foundation of my own memoir, my own public service record and experience I want to share. This is the reason why I'm saying that. When the president invited me, which he didn't have to do, in January of 2024, I wasn't entirely surprised that he would call me. And then we discussed, and he told me, Wilmot, we have two roles. And honestly speaking, Santon, this is something I'm saying. I mean, I'm saying it to you just as it is. The president offered me two roles, two important roles, which he didn't have to do. He told me, Wilmot, we've been discussing a lot. We've been criticizing. We have the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and then we have the Liberia Telecommunications Authority. When I say Telecommunications Authority, I'm not talking about you going as one of the commissioners in the president's exact words, one-on-one in our meeting at his rehab residence. And then when he told me, I said, Mr. President, thank you. I know that LTA has a lot of money, salaries, incentives, and everything, but I have worked with a team during the transitional period. I spearheaded assessment of the energy and petroleum cluster working, cluster. And then I have a fair appreciation of the challenges there. The challenges in those two sectors are far greater than the telecommunication sector, because as far as I know, in terms of regulation, the telecommunication sector seems to be far ahead. The mineral, the mining industry in Liberia, and the energy, those are two key sectors which I believe right now are almost kind of hijacked. So I would love, if it pleases you, for me to go to these sectors since they have the greatest of challenges. And then the president said, okay, but then I think that's good. And then within that period, the Vice President Kun was on his way to the president's house as well. And again, I'm saying I know fanatics will come back for me, but I have to say these things because these are public people. These things were about the society. And I would otherwise probably not have wanted to talk about them at this period, but I believe it's important as we search for answers to our country's problems. And I feel morally obligated, patriotically committed, and religiously, so I have to make sure I talk about that. So within that period, the president's executive assistant, Madame Marie Nima, came in and said, Wilma, you have to hurry up. The VP is already here. I said, oh, but I cannot tell the president, Mr. President, please hurry up, let me leave. Can the VP just come in? You're talking about the vice president of the country. So, I mean, I can't be here and stop him or prevent him from entering. The vice president entered and then took the opposite seat with president behind his desk. Intentionally, Stanton, the president restarted our conversation. Every conversation he had with me, he restarted it. What do you think the president was saying? The president was sending a message to his vice president that this is one of the people I have worked with, and I believe you need to know about that. The vice president was shocked. He was shocked. And that was strange to me. Then he said, oh, okay. Since Wilma will go to the Ministry of Mines and Energy as a head, then let Tingba go and be the deputy for operations. And the reason I'm bringing this story is so people can make the connections, can make the necessary connection and understand. And this is, and as I said earlier, I don't regret anything that happened. The president does not owe me anything. He didn't owe me in January of 2024. Even before that, he didn't owe me. He does not owe me today. He does not owe me tomorrow. But I have to tell my story as I will continue to emphasize without fear or favor. And the vice president said that. He said, but let Tingba go and then and be deputy for operations. And the president said, no, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Then he held back. And then I intentionally decided to leave them, the two of them, so they can have conversation. I thought maybe there was some other issue that they needed to talk about in my absence. So while I was leaving, the vice president said, Wilmot, please wait for me for 5 minutes outside. I said, no problem. I waited outside. He didn't even stay 5 minutes. He came and joined me and said, Wilmot, I'm going to Ambassador Grisby so they can do your letter along with Tingba's letter and all of that. Honestly speaking, I was tempted to advise him because we come from the same background, from the same county. But then God just spoke to me, and said, my man, where you want to? You don't know how it will be construed, so just hold your peace. I heard it. I left. We parted. It was on a Wednesday. The meeting was here on a Wednesday at Rehab. And I'm saying this, I want people to understand it because by the time I leave this studio tonight, fanatics, I'm not here to convince fanatics, because fanatics are not people who can think properly. I'm here to talk to Liberians, both at home and abroad, reasonable Liberians, who pray for their country every day, who aspire to see their country become what they pray for it to be. And those are the people I'm talking to tonight. I'm not talking to people, whether you are from the CDC or from Unity Party, whether you are fanatic, your story is already settled. But I'm talking to Liberians who love their country. So I went home. That weekend, the following weekend, in fact, the president was due to have traveled to Bomi on that Thursday, which he did. On Saturday of that same week. And I'm saying it because I really want people to understand it, and I hope if I will stay here up to 1 o'clock, I can stay here up to 1 o'clock. Because I'm really
No. Take your time. Take your time. Yeah. We're here for you.
So the president did go to Bomi. On Saturday, that very Saturday evening, Vice President calls me. I'm at home in the evening with my wife, and then intentionally I put the phone on loudspeaker because my wife is a very curious person. She said, "Who's calling you and what's happening?" She knew that I have been in conversations about the country and all of that, so she's a very curious person. So I said, "Oh, but you need to hear it. You are not a stranger." So the vice president said, "Wilmot, I'm just coming from Bomi. There are people who don't want you to be Minister of Mines and Energy. The people who I believe supported the campaign, but they don't want you. They don't want you to go to the Ministry of Mines and Energy. In fact, I think you should go to civil service and become Director General. It's a big job." Then I laughed. I told him, "Mr. Vice President, the president does not owe me anything. He didn't even have to call me. He's not under pressure from me or anybody. I worked with him for 10 years in 2 capacities. And working with people, when I work with people, I study them. He's not somebody who you can push into action. So if he called me and told me something, I listen to him. If it gets to the point where he himself again decides otherwise, there will be no offense in that. So there's no need for me to go back to him and say, "Mr. President, even though we had conversation, you told me this, and I want to go to this place." I say, I don't want to appear to be opportunistic. So that is my problem. So I cannot go to him. And besides that, nobody did anything better than what all of us contributed. And the president doesn't have to reward me or anybody for that matter. And many of you will know, and Liberians will know, the few last officials who are being appointed. So that's why the delay. And knowing President Boubacar, and again, I work with him, I respect him, I can vouch for him on a lot of issues, including this one. He decided to go slow on it because apparently there was a lot of people talking to him and all of that. And then he intentionally decided to downplay that. It was at midnight when Ambassador Grisby called me and said, "Wilmot, the president has finally, in fact, I'm doing your communication now. And congratulations." I said, "Well, thank God." That's how I was nominated. The president took that great risk against whatever pressure or whatever interests. And then when he did appoint me, after the confirmation, I went back to the president. And I'm sitting down here, I can boast as one of the few people in this country who know President Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr. very, very well. I can kind of almost predict his intentions and his actions. Not because I'm a magician or some kind of mysterious person, but because I worked with him closely and I followed and I observed, I listened to him. Working with people is about listening to them. And he knows me. He knows me. He knows me very, very well. So finally, when I was confirmed, I went back to the president. Given that he had taken a risk against all the odds to insist and appoint me, I needed to listen to him. I went back and said, Mr. President, what do you want me to do? And the president said to me, Wilmot, this is the time to give our people hope. We have criticized too much and for too long. Let's give our people hope. Everything that you have been saying, this is the time to implement it. What do you think somebody like me in that position will live with? I left from there reinforced in my conviction, in my principles. In fact, I was solidified. I became so firm. I decided to work hard. And fortunately for me, the way we worked during the assessment period, the transitional period, we worked in such a way that a group of 47 Liberian professionals from the two sectors, experienced people, knowledgeable people, experts, academics, people who worked in those sectors for years. We worked together to assess the 7 institutions.
I'm sorry, Minister, allow us to ask you a question. We will get to all the different things. Again, like I said to you, we can stay here till the next day. It's okay. I will ask God for an excuse not to go to Bible study today. And I think he will give me that excuse. But I want to say to you, though, I want to take you back. Now I know the genesis of your appointment.
I was coming to what you said. Why were you removed?
No. Yeah, I want you to pause on that for a minute. I want to go back to the genesis of your problem. You make a mention of the vice president when you first enter the president compound. You meant it was at his house, right? Not the executive mansion at the time, right?
Yeah, it was at rehab.
Okay, so at rehab, when you first went there, the vice president came. What do you think the vice president brought in Tengbe's name? I want us to, address that. But out of the blue, the president didn't tell you, say, Tengbe will be your deputy. Here come the vice president, Jeremiah Kono, suggesting something contrary. I want you to speak to us on that. Then he followed up, he went behind you again and brought the issue up. And he suggested for our audience that just joining us that, hey, he came from Bummy, and if you can do X, Y, and Z, maybe go somewhere else. It's not too clear. Why would the vice president come up with another name, in the process of appointments? Well, what do you think? And I want you to be clear. The name Tengbe is the name that replaced you today. I know we'll get there. But how did it come up, though? Just out of the blue?
I think it is his opportunity, his blessing. But here is it. That's a puzzle. And maybe I need to go a little bit back. Right after the election, the president and consulted together with the outgoing President we had appointed this joint presidential transition team. I had been approached earlier from some of my people from NIMBA that they wanted to include my name And I told them, I said, no, I served as Secretary General of the Unity Party. And then I became chairman. And then, of course, in 2023, I was the party's candidate in Montserrat. So I am more of a national person. So if there's any opportunity you want to give to a NIMBA person, give it to the other NIMBA person. You cannot introduce me to the president, because it's like coming to the president and telling the president, we want you to please consider Wilmer for a role. Suppose the president does not believe in my ability. So leave that. And then later on, and this is a serious issue, and I want to talk about it a little bit more deeply. So also because we have the NIMBA audience, we have the national audience and all of that. And I want people to open their minds, forget about who I am, what they believe, and then just listen to it a little bit. So this is what happened. After a while, I realized that some 3 names were submitted to the president for consideration. That's what I heard later from NIMBA side. I did not know. I had not been to any meeting after the election. I was busy. In fact, I just lost my son, my brother's son, who I raised, who was everything, who was an engineer. He had died, so our family was preoccupied with that. So, and everybody knew that story. So I didn't bother much to be involved with all the other things. It was Dr. Conan who called me and said, but Wilmer, we didn't see you at the executive mansion. I said, for what? He said, for the joint presidential transition team was just commissioned today. If you check the photograph from the executive mansion, you will not see me there. So I said, but I didn't know I was a member. He said, no, but I saw the president wrote your name on the list. He himself wrote your name. I did not know. So I said, okay, tomorrow I will pass by to see. So Doug Cooper, and you know, that people try to make the connection. Doug Cooper called me and said he wanted to see me after the list had been published. He called me. We met somewhere on the highway. He's somebody who and myself have been close for a long time. He was deputy party chairman for NIMBA. He called me. He said, Wilmer, I want us to talk. I said, no problem. They all can call me chairman. So when I went, Doug Cooper said, but these are some of the things that can bring trouble problem in the county. And this, I see the president has appointed three persons from NIMBA, but they are all damn people. They are all Gio people. There's no minor person there. So I said, what are you talking about? I said, who are the people? He said, that's you, that's Sam Gay, that's Cooper Crow. Then I told him, I said, look, I said, dog, let's be serious here. You want to tag me? You want to give me a tribal tag? You want to limit my role in this country? For God's sake, I was Secretary General of the Unity Party. I became chairman of the Unity Party. And then last year, I was the party's senatorial candidate in Montserrat County. If you check the presidential election from 2005 to now, to 2023, no presidential candidate in third or fourth position ever came close to the votes I obtained in Montserrat County. Why you want to limit me to a district or to a region? Even though my NIMBA identity is not in question, but I think we should be respectful of each other. I said, number two,
this story, and we will. Yes, stay on. Don't go in the back, please. Mr. Minister, again, we ask every one of you share the show. It's a very interesting program. We have to go through it step by step and be patient. This is one-on-one with the CEO. We've been joined by Dr. Richardson to help us support as we move on. Minister, let me just go back because I know it's a long story to tell. Again, I want to ask you the question I asked, and we'll bring Dr. Richardson in. We're going to get to why you were removed. But while these different names were being mentioned to you after the president offered you two unique positions, Minister of Mines and Energy, Liberia Telecommunication, you advised that yes, you prefer with everything that is going on around the mines and energy, you could help in that direction. Talk to us.
I didn't quite get you.
Are we okay, Nelson?
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. There was a little break in from your end, so maybe.
So am I good now?
Yeah, you're good.
Minister, can you hear me now?
Yes, I do.
No, I just want us to make the answer short if you can, for us to flow, because we got a lot of questions when it comes to the ministry and you. So help us understand why Tingbe name coming up, why other people, why this was being directed as a name of people thing, and, you know, and all of a sudden, in less than 2 years, you're removed and Tingbe replace you. I want us to get to the juice.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I was a member of the Liberian delegation headed by Finance and Development Planning Minister Augustine Gafon, attending last year's annual meeting, IMF World Bank annual meetings in DC, Washington, DC. The meetings actually were convened from the 13th of October to the 18th that weekend. And after the discussions in Washington, my return flight was the 22nd of October. And right after that, everybody was finding their way back. So I think I had the meeting ended, actually official meetings ended on Saturday the 18th, and then I remained there up to the 22nd, waiting my flight. When I left DC on the 22nd, I arrived in Accra. My return trip was through Accra. And then my flight to Monrovia was the next day, which was the 24th, Friday the 24th. I arrived in Accra that morning. If I was sitting in the terminal, when I received a text message that I needed to be back home quickly. I didn't understand why it was, but Stanton, I will say this. Just as I said, and whatever I'm saying to you here, and I can take on people on that, but from right after the president had appointed me and I went through all the formalities, and then we were working in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, I tell you, not a single week passed without Wilmot Pay being confronted with an issue. I was fought every single week of those 17 months that I stayed in that ministry. But my upbringing, my training is such that I needed to prove to the president that, look, in as much as you took the risk against all the pressures and you sent me here means you have confidence in me, I am going to work to make sure that you see the result of what I'm capable of doing. And by the way, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, even though it was at a cabinet level, that was not my first public service role. Go to the Ministry of Gender, where I serve as Assistant Minister for Technical.
Yeah, but Minister, sorry to interrupt you. Who are fighting you every week, every day, every month?
I'm telling you now.
Was it external fight or internal fight? Who was fighting you?
It was not internal fight. The ministry was cohesive. In fact, the team, the bond we forged in our ministry was impenetrable because we were a team.
So if I mean external fight, was it from the opposition?
External fight, but when you say external fight, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Was it from opposition?
Once
Was it
the
from
fight was
opposition or from Unity
government
Party?
and people connected to government, then you can't say entirely that it was a stand-up.
So now I want to be clear, Minister. Was it from the opposition or is from the Unity Party government?
I'm telling you, I just told you that the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia did not want Waymo Pay in the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Then you say opposition?
I can only ask the question. I can only ask the question. I just needed you to be clear.
Sorry?
No, I'm saying I just needed you to be clear, and that's why I'm asking you the question.
I think I've been clear right from day one. I've been clear. That's why I had to narrate the story the way I did. Because if I just came and said, this person didn't want me in that ministry without explaining the circumstances for the listening audience and you yourself to be able to analyze it and make a sense of it, it will be unfair to those people whose names I'm calling.
So let me, Dr. Richardson, you will come in. We're going to stay with this thing because it's important. What do you think from the get-go? Like you said, the vice president didn't want you to be the minister for mines and energy. Why? You had a beef with the vice president prior to? You and the vice president crossed paths?
No, but here is it. Lately, very recently, and this one I will not call the names to you, but later on, I will talk to you. You can reach out to some of those people. Here is it. And I'm not saying it because I want to drop any wedge between or among people. The vice president, as far as I know, and from what I have been hearing, and what credible people have said to me, believes very strongly, and he just confided to some top people. You know, this is a small society, very small country. Even the devil has his followers. Even the devil has his followers. I may be talking to you or talking about you somewhere thinking that you will not hear it, but other people will be hearing it. The vice president believes very strongly that I will not pay. I am not in his line of thinking for his ambition for 2029. I'm a Gafuan man because while Gafuan and I went to school together, we have a plan to work together for 2029. I mean, I'm telling you these things so you know that. And it has come to me. And the second point is this. My wife is a lecturer, full-time lecturer in the University of Liberia in the Department of Public Administration. The University of Liberia handled a scandal, an academic scandal involving Dor Cooper. My wife was secretary to that committee that investigated it at the university, the committee that was instructed by the university to probe into that. My wife was the secretary. This day we are in Dar es Salaam with the president attending the Africa Energy Summit, Heads of State Energy Summit last year in January. Vice President calls me to tell me that, oh, Wilmot, this Dor Cooper issue about the university, I mean, I understand your wife is involved, is behind it. Dor is our man. I said, no, Mr. Vice President, leave that issue. If there's any, I've been seeing that on social media. I thought it was AR, but if Dor was involved, then the best you can do is just talk to Dor, let him either back out of it or resign and all that. I said, because all of us are on an obligation. And my wife and I don't discuss, I don't influence my wife to do the wrong thing. Likewise, she doesn't do it to me. We discuss, we advise each other. And sometimes I'm bringing this point up because this is one of the reasons that I was removed. A number of women know that. And my wife is just like me. We are related. Same thinking, same attitude, same principle mindedness, And that's why we grew up together. That's how God has positioned us to be. And we don't apologize for that. So my wife stood. And then at the end of the day, they decided to fight me. But let's forget about the title a little bit. And I'm saying this thing, the reason I'm saying this thing is because we're talking about somebody who is vice president of the Republic of Liberia, who by any instance, anything can happen, he can become president of the Republic of Liberia. So what do you think will happen to my family? For God's sake, we are Liberians. And for God's sake, we have contributed. We owe it to our consciences. And we're contributing. And we are not just contributing in the public service and all of that, even in our own little ways at different levels. Yes, I'm from Nimba, but I'm a Liberian. And that is more important. So you see, this is the battle, the 2029 battle, unfortunately. And that is my disappointment. That while we campaign, promising hope for our people with a president who is just, and I like to say this all the time. I like to say this. I can vouch for President Boakai. I can vouch for him any day. But there are people who believe that it's our turn. So we have to do this. The baby now born here, the abo baby like that. Let me put it that way in the Liberian way. So what do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? And so me, and that is the main reason why I decided to come here tonight. I didn't come here to talk about achievements at the Ministry of Mines and Energy.
Can we hold you there and squeeze in some questions?
It's witty. I'm here tonight to let Liberians know what me and my family are going through. Because it can go to the extreme because we know the people we are dealing with.
So let me hold you there. Dr. Richardson, I beg you, please. Let me squeeze this in. You come in, man. I know you get so many questions. This is very interesting, folks. Share the show. We have the former Mines and Energy Minister. After our conversation with him, the team going to come on to do post-analysis. I can see Dr. Boplet, Dr. Emmanuel George, Russell, Bangura, they're all in the back. They will come on after this unique interview. Mr. Minister, let's go back to Doug Cooper. What actually did the vice president ask of you or your wife?
This is what he told me. Wilmot, Doug is our man. This university issue here, I understand is your wife that is behind it, which was not true because my wife was just secretary to the committee. A committee appointed by the university to investigate a scandal. And the vice president had the audacity to talk to me on that. I tried to talk him out of it. He didn't stop there. He tried to pressurize in different forms. But at the end of the day, while I was in Tanzania, I called my wife. In fact, she called me. She said, what is happening? And what interest does it? So I told her, I said, but have you people completed your work? She said, yes. I said, have you people submitted the report to the University of Liberia? I said, yeah. I said, but then you take your copy and keep it in case of anything they want to do, let them go to the university to do that. And I'm saying this thing, I actually have planned to say this in Nimba County to our Nimba people. Because all of us are from there. My wife is also from there. I have planned to say it there. But since this show was coming, I said, but then I think there will be no better platform for me to say.
Let me go back on this. Did the vice president say to you or your wife, and I understand what you're saying about for our audience, right? You should leave Doug Cooper alone, leave the investigation alone.
He said to me, and I just said it, I would not want to add words to what he said to me. Wilmot, Doug is our man. This university issue, I understand your wife is the one behind the Doug issue. And I said, no. My wife is only doing her playing her professional role. She's a member of the committee, and so nothing else she can do. But let's talk to him, let him step aside. But this is a scandal now. We're talking about corruption, academic corruption. And what do you expect me or to tell my wife? To tell my wife, look, leave this one here. No, man. In fact, my wife was never going to. She was going to even say, "But what kind of husband?" I thought I had a husband who stands for something. There's no way I could have said it.
So thank you. Let me bring Dr. Rachel in. We got a lot more to go through. Again, we'll get to the 10-way conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very unique. Dr. Rachel, please squeeze in your 2 questions because I got a list of over 45 questions. I hope we can get through them today. It's very interesting. Yes, seriously, I've already planned to ask you this question. It involved the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, it involved the Unity Party, involved the people of Nimba. Now we're hearing the name Gafuan, whether pays of Gafuan man, he's not a cool man. This is a complete tell-it-all story. And before the book comes out, the Liberian people need to know. Dr. Richardson, where are you?
For Mr. Pay, I'm happy to hear that you value your wife's opinion. It sounds that both of you are in cohesion when you guys are making decisions, and I appreciate that. It's very rare that we find men around the world taking their wife's decision into consideration. But my question to you is, do you think you kind of have accused the Vice President Kuhn of many things? Ethnic politics is one of the things you accused him with. Academic fraud, ethnic politics. He wanted to have a lot of Nibians in the government or playing a role in the government.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, you didn't say ethnic
politics. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, you said there were 3 names mentioned. Tikma?
This is what I said, and this is what I said. We need to get that. When right after the election, the joint presidential transition team, before the team was set up, there were efforts made at different levels, consultations. And I just told you that I was preoccupied with my son's death, so I really wasn't following a lot of those consultations. But then later on, I discovered that I had been included on the joint presidential transition
team. That's what I was asking you, Mr. Pay. I was telling you, you were talking about how Tigma Kupakra were in the selection to become ministers. And somehow your name was also mentioned, and the Vice President wanted Tigma, because that name was pulled out, to be perhaps in the government over you. That's what I heard you say.
No, you didn't hear me properly. I said Doug Cooper approached me. After the joint presidential transition team, the list was published. There were 3 GIO people.
Yes.
Down people on the list. And so Doug Cooper was the one. I'm coming now. Doug Cooper was the one that confronted me because he saw my name.
Correct. That's what I thought. From my perspective, that's
was not a vice president.
Okay, from my perspective, that's ethnic politics. And you told us here that the vice president came over and wanted to make Tigma your deputy. Okay, he said to the president, let's make Tigma deputy of operation. Is that correct?
Tigma.
Fast forward. That was the after the president has sent for me.
That's correct. I wrote everything. I wrote everything that you said.
He came in at the time the president had concluded the conversation with me, and the president restarted, and shockingly to him, and he said, "Oh, but then since this is the case, can Timba go as deputy for operations? Let Timba go as deputy for operations." That's what I said. After he had heard the president's position.
So listen, this is my word, okay? In my word, is ethnic politics that was being played, because they were telling you some group of Geo people versus Mana people were not included. So to me, that was ethnic politics. And you yourself said you wanted to explain this to the Nimba women. You wanted to explain this to Nimbayans. So you wanted to make sure that the Nimba people understood exactly where you are coming from, especially when it came to this decision that was being made while you're relieved from the government, especially when it came to the issue relating to Dor Kopar and your wife, because they accuse your wife of being behind the Dor Kopar situation. That's what you told us here tonight. Am I correct or not?
No, you are not correct. You still may not be understanding me.
Okay.
Yeah, and you need to get me clearly. What I'm saying is that because the ethnic thing, I said it was Dor that brought it to my attention, that confronted me on it, and I corrected him and said, no. The three names you see, as far as I know, in the president's right judgment, right man, I wasn't there when the decisions were made. The president was looking at Cooper Crowe in his as chairman of the MDR, Prince Johnson's party. Even though he comes from Nimba and he happens to come from one of the ethnic groups, but he represents that political constituency. Sam Gay, even though he comes from Nimba and he comes from the same ethnic group, but he is a professional person. From the security point of view, expert, who has been working with the president and all of that. Then for me, I want you to see me as a former Secretary General of the Unity Party. If the president included me on that basis, I think that's the way you should look at it. Then he said, oh, all right, now I understand. I said, but then he said, go and come and explain it to the community, the professional. I said, no, those of you making a case are the one who should go and clarify. Because now that I have given you this information, I have empowered you, go back and undo what you people have been doing. That's what I said.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, you want to go next? You got another one?
Well, yeah, I do. I'm not accusing you of playing the ethnic politics. There were people around you that were playing the ethnic politics, whether it was Dor Cooper, whether it was the vice president who all over the blue mentioned Tikma. I'm saying that those people were playing ethnic politics. I'm saying it in my own name. My question to you, okay. Yes, that's so.
You can infer from that. You can.
Of course.
You can make your own. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So my question to you now: do you think that the vice president of our country works in the best interest of our country, considering that he was asking you about your wife's involvement in Dor Cooper's story, in an academic fraud story, considering that he wanted Tikman to be your deputy to operation, and he was telling you that some people who voted for the president after they came from Bumi conference, they went to Bumi, some people who voted for the president was not interested in you serving as Minister of Lands and Mines. So do you think that the president is in the best interest of our country?
Yeah, the fact that the president even went out of his way.
Vice president.
You said the vice president. Well, I can't speak for him, but I'm just sharing my story, my experience. This is the experience I've had with the vice president, because if the vice president of the republic and I hail from the same community, if he is looking at me and seeing me as a potential obstacle to his ambition, the public needs to make a determination whether what I'm saying makes sense or not. But at least from my experience, I can say for sure that some of us are his target.
Oh,
yes, some of us are his target.
You think that you're the vice president's target? Is that what you're telling the Liberian people?
Well, from my experience, I don't think I need any rocket science to tell me that.
Okay.
I don't need any further revelation. It is experience. I am not quoting people. I am saying what I experienced. If I was quoting people, then it becomes an issue. But it is my experience. That's why I said.
Are you a Gafon guy? Are you a Gafon? Because you said that the vice president thinks that you are a Gafon person.
Yeah. Of course, Gafon and myself are friends from school for years. We've been knowing each other for years. So obviously, somebody would say that, but somebody I've been knowing for over 33 years.
Are you a Gafwan person? Is the vice president?
I don't know, but who is Gafwan? What is the Gafwan? Gafwan is Minister of Finance Development Planning.
Hey, I don't know. That's what
to even think that there's a Gafwan person, Wemopi is a Gafwan person, and then that means there's a Kun person, then there's another person. I think it's a little bit naive, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Minister, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, thank you a lot. I think we clarify where we come from with this whole conversation. Minister, though, let me go back to the vice president, right? I like to keep it simple and direct. Why you think your target to the vice president? Let's forget about being a Gafwan guy. We'll get to it, right? Why you think your family? You said something. It's very important. And I don't think this is a laughing issue. The Liberian people listen to you. It's like you fear for your life and the life of your family. All right. You got to explain further. There's a big thing you're putting on the vice president head, that he's targeting you. He's targeting your family, right? And the government that you brought to power, the Unity Party government led by President Bouaka, people want to know, I mean, if the vice president is targeting you, why should the vice president target women pay from Nimba County, where the vice president here from? Why should the vice president target women pay that brought him to power? Why should the vice president target women pay that everybody's serving in the interest of the Unity Party government headed by President Joseph Yuma Bouaka? I mean, you got to explain further to say Jeremiah targeting you.
Stanton, power corrupts. Power corrupts. I'm old enough, I've been around a long time enough to understand how people behave when they are giving power. Some people get intoxicated with power. And I'm not a stranger. I've been in there. I was a student activist. I've been inside. In fact, in all of the campaigns from 2005, I played a role. I was a strategist in most of the Unity Party's campaign. So you're not talking to somebody who is a stranger. The reason I'm saying this, anybody will come to that assumption on the basis of the experience that I have had. If I'm earmarked and identified and characterized as somebody in this other corner or in that other corner who is being fought, and I'm telling you things that people talk about every day, and it is me. They say on Ise is a hair, and Bob Marley say, he who feels it knows it. I am the one feeling it, so I know it. There's no reason why I am not a presidential candidate or a rival to the vice president for any reason, but there are some people who are just afraid of strong people. And I don't think I may be the only person here.
Can you please adjust on camera, please? Can you come to your right side, please? You get to, oh, yes, just like that.
So sometimes there are people who just believe that sometimes some people read other theories, different power theories. They say, you know what, in order for you to maintain your position of influence and authority, you have to step on, or you have to make sure that other people don't rise or don't stand up, and all of that in a community where, you know, there are other strong voices. And this is the tragedy. This is the tragedy, unfortunately. Yeah, so
we hear that, Minister. Minister, I gotta push you. Because you've been in the trenches. You know exactly what you're saying. These are allegations, a big allegation that we got to address. Jeremiah is the vice president. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not just allegation. I'm saying something that I feel that I have experienced and that is stated, and I just cited instances If I had just come out to say, I cited instances. I cited even the instance involving even my family, our roles and all of that, what we stand for, what we try to do in our own weak ways in contributing to transforming Liberia. So this is what is happening. So I need to say that. And let me put it this way. I don't know. Recently, there was this diplomatic communication from us, from our government to the EU. And when I read that letter, something stood out. So you can just read that letter and analyze it and try. And the people who wrote that letter, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who wrote that letter, I don't think they were writing because they just wanted to make somebody to look ugly, but they were saying things they heard. Now, if they heard those things, then we have to be sitting there and thinking, hey, what is happening? What Wilma is saying, can we make some connection there? So for me, I think it's just fair enough for me to say here that I'm not against the vice president, but I am worried about his attitude towards me and my family. That is very important. That is very, very important because we play our roles. Go to the Ministry of Mines and Energy, go to the University of Liberia. So how come people will be persecuted or will be pursued for demonstrating the ability to be able to serve their country properly?
Let me ask you a question. And again, sorry if we interrupt you. This thing is getting crazy. We want to say to you folks, even if we can finish it, we'll have a part 2 tomorrow. I know that Facebook people, whenever you're discussing serious sensitive issue, everybody unleash the folks to sabotage the program. But we are on YouTube, we are on Facebook. Just share the show. Let's make progress. Mr. Minister, again, I would like to ask you, we're always happy to have you on. Let's go back in history. Is this vice president performing well on behalf of the rescue government? You work in the government, you are insider, you've been under the water, you ate with the crocodile, you know the crocodile and the Niji. Bring us up to speed. Vice President Jeremiah Kwan-Kun, is he working in the interest of the President Joseph Yuma Barker and the Liberian people, from your perspective?
Only the president can say that. But I have said what he thinks about me and my family.
What do you think about him? Let's forget about you and your family for a second. For 3 years now, he's been serving the government.
What I think about him is that he sees me as a danger, a potential obstacle, or whatever, rival or baby, whatever. He sees me as a problem. He sees my family as a problem. That's what I say. I'm saying it with confidence. And this is not something, it's just coincidental that you invited me to come to your show. I was going to say it anyway. Anywhere. Even in Nimba. I just been keeping myself calm.
But again, we understand you said that, and we have the conversation. Is he working as per the rescue government? Is he working in the interest of the people of Nimba, your country you're from? Is he doing more for the people of Liberia?
Here's the way I would say it. You see, Nimba is a great county, very productive county. Nimbayans, as a citizen of Nimba, somebody from Nimba, I'm one person who will be excited to see president come from Nimba County. Like any other person. Because in order for you to be a nationalist, you ought to first have been a regionalist somehow. We all come from somewhere. But they need (1964), the Gabriel Fangalo, the Jackson F. Doe, the Johnny Voka, the Charles Boyu, and all these people, they were united. And when they always projected Nimba, they were also projecting Liberia. They were not doing so for selfish reasons. So this is the situation. So Nimba people are looking forward. This country has had a lot. You cannot afford to have anybody in leadership. If the President Bouakai, was somebody who was focused, who was narrow-minded, do you think he would have become president of Liberia? He was vice president for 12 years. If some of these tendencies have been shown by him in those 12 years, do you think the people of this country would have taken the risk to entrust him with their power? No. He wasn't in Lofa County fighting stepping on other people. He wasn't trying to suppress people.
Let's bring it back home. Let's bring it back home, Minister. It's my work to bring you back home because you got a lot to say. Let me bring you back home. Let's stay in Nimba for a bit. You say the Nimba people want someone to unify them. The Nimba people want unity. The Nimba people want to put up a precedent that will be precedent for all Nimba and all Liberia.
All Liberians.
And Jeremiah, the vice president, is one step away from that presidency. Isn't he the man right now? Isn't he the man right now that you can support?
But that's why he needs to earn everybody's trust. He needs to earn your trust. He needs to earn my trust. He needs to earn the trust of every Liberian. At least the majority. He needs to earn our trust. And the way to earn our trust is, as the people can say, if the Christmas will be good, you will know from the Eve. So it is up to him. The onus is on him. President Bouakai for 12 years conducted himself, and I'm saying something that I was a part of. 12 good years. He conducted himself appropriately. He didn't go to Lofa suppressing people, stopping people here. And that afraid, suspicious.
Is that what Jeremiah is doing? Is he going to Nimba suppressing people? Is he going to Nimba putting fear in people? Is he going to Nimba, or is he helping to build a Nimba Kwado? You are confusing me as one of your audience following you right now. You said Jeremiah didn't do it in Lofa. Is that what Jeremiah is doing in Nimba?
Let me say this. Go to Nimba. Go and do your own assessment in Nimba. The Nimba County, post 2023 Nimba County, post Prince Johnson Nimba County, 2026 Nimba County. And I'm saying something that people are murmuring over. People are not mustering the courage to say it, but this is a Wemope who stood before Charles Taylor when nobody could say something, but he was able to say it in that year. People are not saying we have to say it so somebody can wake up and say, hey, no, let me adjust myself. Nimba right now is a divided community. Maybe you guys don't know about that. Nimba is very, very divided right now. And I don't think that's what we need. That's not what my Unity Party needs. That's not what Unity Party needs. That's not what President Bouakai needs. That's not what our government needs. You need a united community. You cannot have everybody because we are a democracy. But now it's
hold on, sorry to interrupt you. We have this sabotage with our network. I know we are on the radio. They cannot stop us. The people on the radio listen to you. Our online audience, you can follow us on YouTube and follow us on the other network. Yes, that's what happened because we are discussing a sensitive issue about the country and the vice president. But these are allegations, these are assertions that is being made, and we got to do this for the country. So again, we just want to say, accept our program. We will save those videos and share it later, but we will continue where we are. Again, Nelson, please reconnect those various platforms that we can make progress. So we will go and move along as we make progress here. Well, Minister, Nimba Kwado, It was on Prince Johnson's mind, his heart. It was everything about Prince Johnson, unifying Nimba. Is this vice president doing everything to unify Nimba? I mean, do he have your support? We understand you say he's targeting you. That's a big one. I mean, but the people of Nimba, he having a program in Nimba this yesterday and today. The program is about the civil servant in Nimba. What do you think the vice president, 3 years as vice president, what have he done for the people of Nimba that you can appreciate?
Let me put it this way. You know, there's a game, a sport, a certain kind of sport. When we were growing up and our people were using that sport, wrestling. The white people refine theirs and they make a lot of money out of it. The part of Nimba I come from, they used to have wrestling game. And this wrestling, it used to happen at the end of the year, right after harvest, when there is enough food. And so there is a saying that you never discuss about wrestling, who is a champion, who is a better wrestler during the farming season. In other words, you wait until that time comes. This government has a mandate, a responsibility to deliver on the promises the president had made in 2023, which now is compiled, they are compiled into the arrest agenda. So why are we so preoccupied with publicity, with trying to mobilize communities and all of that, when we should be focusing on achieving our objective? Because eventually 2029 will come. No matter what you do, it will come. When the time comes, it will be able, there will be decisions made. So why is this so much frenzy about going to mobilize community, put people together and all of that? I think these are some of the distractions. Because sometimes when ambition gets into people, they become a distraction. And I think it is not about 2029. It's not about who becomes what, because you say you have a president who has not decided whether he will run or he will not run. So there should be nothing people should be doing, trying to jostle, position themselves and all of that. Eventually, when we get to that bridge, we can cross it. But for God's sake, the country needs transformation right now. And the president should be given chance to deliver on those. Let us suppress our ambitions. Ambition is nothing. It's secondary. Liberia is paramount. The people in the diaspora, they want to come to a country that they can be proud of. We have all the potential here to transform this country, to make this country a first world country, for God's sake. It's not about ambition. It's not about ambition. Let us focus on that. Nation building. That is key. That is a challenge. Creating opportunities, avenue where let our country become the place of attraction. God has given us everything here. We are not poor by choice. We are poor because few greedy people don't just want this country to move forward. We can't continue to do whatever other people did in the past. We should give the president a chance. Let him administer the affairs of the country. Let him run the country. Let him get to the point where he says, you know what, when people, I have played my role and I'm stepping aside, then the competition can come up. But it's not time for competition. And that's the mission I'm here for. And that's the mission I'm launching from time to time. I will go to every community across this country to spread the message. It's about we need to take control of our resources.
Minister, while we on that part of the conversation, let me come in now as to why did the president remove you?
I don't know. But let me put it this way. This is the way I'll answer it. I don't know. If I knew, I would have said it. I arrived in Ghana, received the message from the Minister of State that I needed to come. Of course, I was coming home. When I reached on Friday evening, I stayed home. I'm a 7-day Adventist Christian. I didn't go to church that Saturday. I decided to rest. Sunday, I didn't go anywhere. I rested. Monday morning, I went to work. We were assembling for our regular weekly senior management meeting because we had that on Mondays. And then the team had just assembled, waiting for the meeting to start about 10 minutes to 9, which was the set time for our meeting to have commenced. I received a text from the Ministry of State, a polite text. Oh, can you please come? Let's talk. So I went to the Ministry of State. And when I went, Minister Steve Quia, a very good work friend of mine, we worked together for 12 years when the president was vice president, and we been very good friends, good colleagues, respect each other. He said, this is the first difficult part of my job. The president has decided to do a reshuffle, but that reshuffle, he's going to drop you completely. There will not be immediate role for you yet, no assignment yet. But I just thought he gave me the permission to tell you. I thought to tell you. I said, okay, good. Thank you. I said, well, the president did well by appointing me, trusting me. I have done. I can't praise myself. The records are there. They will speak for themselves. Progress can argue for itself. But here is my concern. If it is reshuffle, fine. How you will communicate it, how the Ministry of State will communicate it to the public, I will listen. I hope that you will communicate it just as you have said, because if there's anything to present it in a negative way, like he is dismissed because of this, he's incompetent, or all the descriptions that will come with it, I will respond. But please, I don't want to respond. We have worked together where the president doesn't owe me anything. He didn't owe me yesterday. He doesn't owe me today. He appointed me. He can withdraw his confidence anytime. I don't have a problem. But anything that threatens my reputation, I am going to respond. But please, let us not reach to that point. I was given the assurance that that's just what was going to be. It's not about anything. So I left, went back to the ministry. The meeting lasted for less than 10 minutes. Went back, allowed myself to conduct the meeting, preside over the senior management meeting. We exhausted all the agenda items. Issues that needed to have been addressed were addressed. And then I made sure that everything that I needed to pass on to people, I did it. After that, when the meeting ended, then I announced to them, I said, well, for your information, this is my last senior management meeting with you people. Because any moment from now, I will be replaced. I wish all of you the best. Whatever you guys want me to do when we are around, my advice will always be. So this is what I know. This is what I do. And you know, it's 8 months since I was replaced. And I don't think the president will remove somebody for a serious reason and not say it.
Are we okay? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on, and I think that the just went off. Ladies and gentlemen, the minister will be back. Dr. Richardson, something strange is happening, right?
Yeah.
With this kind of information interruption, and now this is from the studio, but they will be back. Let me call and think. We get to the end of this story, right? There's a lot of stuff happening here, and folks, we are on. I see Nelson coming back on or they will try to sabotage Dr. Richard is saying, and we will stay have this conversation. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to this. And to say to you, Dr. Richardson, we sit here and let this conversation go. I really want to encourage every one of you. You can come back again tomorrow whenever the minister is available. We will have this conversation. If you're joining us from Word of Radio, that would be the best thing. If you're in Liberia, share the radio, put it on loudspeaker, and listen. We stay in 2026. We ain't even close to 2029 yet. And whenever someone like Wilma Pay appear in studio, internet will be going off, LDC will be going off, generator will be going down, internet not working. Wilma Pay, what happening? It's amazing to know that people with targets phone because someone like you coming on to speak on these national issues.
I don't know what's happening between you and the regulator or whatever, but for me, I think these things are the normal. This is me. I will always be available to speak. I can even hold town hall meetings. I've been holding town hall meetings in community, which I believe are even far more effective than coming to sit down in one studio and all of that. So I will always speak my mind. I've always spoken my mind.
But you know, when you sit in studio and you talk to 100,000 people, it's even more effective though. Because
I know
people on the radio listen to you. Yeah, but let me go back to the question why we have the time, Minister, right?
I think it's just technical problem. The way I
know what's going on, Minister. We've been doing this for almost 8 years now. Now let me go back to the issue at hand, Minister. You were removed, and when we heard the announcement that you were removed, Minister, I approached you, and I asked you, I said, were you removed because of the allegation of 145,000 that were given to you? 45,000, and these are allegations. I sent you a text message, and I believe you were within the period of time. You didn't reply to my text message, but you promised me to discuss this. So while we have you on the show, I'm going to ask you. There was a company that came up that needed money lesson. And the company was brought in by Sekou Douklé, the National Port Authority managing director. Mm-hmm. And it was also followed by another lady that after the company met you, that you should give them the money lesson. And they offer you 45,000. These are allegations. Please, it's nothing personal from me to you. They offer you 145,000 that you accepted. Yes. And you didn't give them the money lesson. The complaint was sent to the president by Sekou Douklé and another lady. I choose not to mention her name. And the president looked into it. I choose not to mention her name. Let's just move ahead. The president looked into it and decided that it is of grave concern that you address this issue. And I was told that they approached you, but there were no address to this issue. So I'm going to leave the story like this because I sent those information to you a few months back.
Who approached me?
The president, people at the executive mansion, I was told. Yes. But let me ask you the question, Minister. Were there any company seeking lesson in Nima County that approached you and offered you 145,000?
No company approached me. You know, no company. In fact, with the ministry as the regulator has responsibility for vetting applications to issue licenses. In fact, licenses are not issued like that. 125,000, 145,000 for a license. What kind of license is that? What kind of license is that? What kind of license is that? Because you had the different categories of license for Class A mining license. As at the time.
So let me go back. Did Sekou Doucle bring in any company that needed mining license in Nimba County?
I don't know of any company that, but I think I sent you some information. I don't know whether you went through it, but here is it. I'll be very, very, very fair, even to the very Sekou Doucle man. This is the situation, you know, and if this happened and nobody from the executive mansion confronted me to even invite me to investigation, then it speaks a lot. It speaks volumes. But I consider that to be complete stupidness. I can say it that way. Because it borders on my reputation, my character. First of all, that's not the way mining licenses are issued. You can do the research. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I know of a story. I know of a situation. A group called 79 Resources. 79 Resources, I think, is connected to the president of the Chamber of Mines of Liberia. And then there was another group they call Northwestern. Northwestern, the two companies apply for the same license, but they honor the minerals and mining law. You cannot, it's on a first come, first served basis. And you cannot take license from this group and give to this other group for any reason. So when the two applications, in fact, the two applications were inadvertently allowed into the system by junior officers in the ministry. And when the matter reached my desk, I decided to commission an investigation because payment invoices have been issued inadvertently. I would like to emphasize that. So I commissioned what we call a special investigative committee. And that investigative committee probed into the matter and came up with their finding that even though these companies, these applicants submitted their documents, but these are the issues. One company, all of them were ineffective. They didn't meet the requirement because the other company applied in the name of another company which they are giving 100, which has 100% share in it. So when the assistant minister, the junior officials of the ministry investigated that, they came up with their findings. The Northwestern group now are gone to LRA and made a payment for whatever reason in the name of a different group. So when they did the investigation, I said, well, you guys have recommended this. What I will do, I will forward these findings to the Ministry of Justice and request for a legal opinion before I, as a minister, even though the authority is vested in me, before I make the determination. I wrote the Ministry of Justice. You go to the ministry now, you ask them. I don't know whether a decision has been made on that, but the records are there. So the Ministry of Justice took some time. They wrote opinion agreeing with the investigation committee. If that is what they are referring to, then I will want you to do the research. But honestly, the Ministry of Mines and Energy does not issue license. Nobody pays money to the Minister of Mines and Energy or Deputy Minister or Assistant Minister or Director for you to obtain a mining license. Nobody. In fact, if it happens, then it is a bribery. It is a bribery. If it happens, then it's a bribery. It's criminal. Nowhere in the ministry, the minerals and mining law does not have any provision for that. So I don't know what they're talking about or what you're talking about, but I think it is just intended for somebody trying to, whatever the situation is, to divert attention from real issues. Everything we did, I'm not too big. 8 months ago, I left the ministry. Up to now, not a piece of paper has come out. You think the people who issue on me, they will be keeping it for what? And for what? So I think it's just unfair if this matter, I heard it, but then we thought that it was rumor. Yeah, it was rumor to say, well, once it's rumor, because it didn't come from the authority that needed to talk to me about it. If I had been invited to the Ministry of State or whatever, I would have gone there to say, oh, this is what happened and all of that. But everything we did, transparent, the ministry is there, the records are there.
So Mr. Minister, and that's why I like this.
About 125,000 and
Mr. Minister, let me.
If I had that 1 million a day, I'm all right.
Okay, so Mr. Minister, let me do this. It's very important. And Dr. Richard said, I beg you, please bear with us because this is a very important conversation that involves Sekou, Northwestern, and Minister Pay. Let me go back.
Sekou has what? Northwest?
No, I said Sekou and Northwestern company, the company we're talking about.
Yeah, no, but the company was, the license was not issued to them on the basis of what I just said. And right now,
I understand. I want to follow up with my question. I got what you say. I usually don't go back to pick it back off here. I just want to follow up. Was there any meeting had? And I want to be on the record. Was there any meeting had at the vice president place in Nimba, right? That Sekou were called. We had two representatives from Nimba, Nika Gay and the other representative present, and some people from your area present as well with the vice president. And Sekou was called, and he was put on a speakerphone to confirm whether he gave you money between 114,000 to 120, whatever the amount is. And Sekou confirmed, Sekou Dukle confirmed with the vice president and your wife listened on, and they confirmed that yes, indeed, he can prove that he gave you 114,000 United States dollars or whatever the amount was, and he can prove it. But you didn't give what they came up for. Is it true? Were there any meeting here? Were there any phone call made that day?
You know, when people want to misrepresent, when I was removed on the 27th that evening, Tuesday, I went to the ministry. The vice president sent two representatives with some people with the chief of staff and all people who are connected to me, by the way. And they came. When they came, they met me and they said the VP sent us to you. I said, well, you people go and tell the VP that I know what has happened. He is the one. I'm not vexed with the president. He is the one who didn't want me to come here in the first place. So he finally succeeded. I wish them all the best. They went back and communicated. Then the vice president said he wanted to meet me. He wanted to meet me, but he wanted my wife to be there. So they went to my house. We went to his house. He brought this issue. You see, the thing is, when he brought this issue, we dismiss it because why? That's not how you do investigation. So all that one is just something cooked up. It's cooked up. And you think I am in my right thinking mind, I'm going to sit down and somebody throw that down to my throat. It doesn't make sense. I want to face my accuser. And that's the way people do investigation. So everybody said, but that was not correct. It was not fair to me and my family. And you want me, Stanton, to sit here. I want to face them.
No, that's why. Question for the audience, Minister. Did Sekou on a speakerphone confirm that he gave you?
Nobody gave me any money for me to take license from anywhere to give to anybody because that's not how it works. Even if somebody had done it under no condition, I will not pay could have done that. Not even anybody.
So my question is, did Sekou confirm on speakerphone in the presence of those representatives?
How will Sekou confirm when he is the one? How do you confirm such a thing?
So Minister, I'm not talking about investigation, Minister. I am saying, did you hear Sekou saying on the loudspeaker phone that he gave Womape $114,000? Did he say that?
But how am I going to know that Sekou and somebody was talking? You come to me, then I say, so and so person gave the two gave the person money, the person, and then the person say, oh yeah, I gave the person money. That's not the way it works. And
I understand, but just for the sake of this conversation, there's a reason why I'm bringing this up, Minister. And when I approached you maybe 6 months ago, I told you what I know. And you got angry with me, and I went back to you. I said, Minister, I'm sorry, this is what I'm hearing. So I wasn't attacking you. These are allegations. But the question remains, and the Liberian people need to know, did you hear anyone on the phone? Because they say it was Sekou Doucle. And Sekou Doucle was firm that he and his company gave you $114,000.
It's not true. It's not true that Sekou and myself were in any conversation where Sekou said his company gave me 150,000 or 110,000 or 10,000 or whatever. I am saying the vice president who convened a meeting at his house say, oh, because I went there and accused the vice president directly and said, you are the one who have done this. You have fought me. And then in his effort to make himself look good to the other people and say, oh, but Sekou said you took money from these people. I said, no, it's not true. He said, okay, but then I can call Sekou. That I was supposed to submit to that kind of foolishness.
Did he call Sekou? In your presence, did he call Sekou?
Whatever he did, I don't know.
No, but did he call somebody? Minister, while you were present, did he call someone? Did somebody answer the phone?
But he called several people.
No, when he said, I will call Sekou, we got to be on the record now. Your wife was present. The other representative were present because in our post-analysis, I will call Nika Gay. Did he call Sekou?
He called Sekou, and when Sekou spoke, then I said, but Mr. Vice President, this is not fair to me. It's lie. If you can call Sekou to come, we all sit down if it can be an investigation. So that's
now we know that he called Sekou. What did Sekou say that you heard? What did he say?
I can't remember what Sekou said that day.
So what I'm saying to you, Sekou on the record said he gave you, he and his company, the Northwestern company that needed money lesson, gave you $114,000. Now you confirm that he called Sekou. No, I agree it's not true. You telling me that. But what Sekou told the vice president that they gave you $114,000. And you were present.
I am saying it is Sekou's words against mine.
Okay.
It's Sekou's words against mine. And I am also saying to you here, and this is something I just want people to come up, because for me, I have other remedies available to me. If I will be happy, because I will be very, very happy that the kind of issue I want to take up. Because you accuse me of being receiving money for ABC. I like that. So just confirm to me that Sekou had told you that the vice president, all of them are in the country. Let them say that. When they say that, then we'll know how to approach it. But I am telling you, when this particular issue came up, because of course I was very, very angry. I said, Mr. Vice President, this is not fair to me. It's not fair to me. They try to look for issue and all of that to find. They don't have. There's nothing as such. I didn't take a down from anybody to take license and get to anybody. If I wanted to do so, do you know about the Buchanan tailings? Do you know about the Buchanan tailings, how we handle it? All of them were behind me to be able to give Buchanan tailing license to people and all of that.
Who all of them? Who all of them? Who all of them?
You know, the thing is, I want all to focus on this one here, because
no, we're telling you all now, man telling you all now. We cannot drum and focus on one. Who the all of them? Because we cannot tell these how young got Lawrence, Weston got Family, and all Joe, and all of them. So who the all of them? Who are you referring to?
The Buchanan tailing team. The matter, we investigated it. In fact, we canceled licenses. About two licenses we canceled. And people, that's when I got to know that people have vested interest and all of that. Of course, Grand Bassa people were approaching it because they were looking at their community, social development benefit and all of that. That's what they were looking at. All right. So the Grand Bassa story is a totally different thing. So the matter went to court. We investigated. The person who was holding the license, they were not satisfied. They went to court. The court upheld, civil law court upheld our decision because we investigated. Then they took appeal within that period. Because of the different interests, people are pushing for us to be able to issue the license. I said, no, let the court resolve this issue. The matter is pending before the Supreme Court. When it is resolved, before the ministry now can handle it. But if we take the license now and issue to anybody, the court will say, but you knew all of this. Why you decided to do this? It means we'll be acting with prejudice, out of prejudice. So we left that issue. In fact, I left office, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the ministry based on my advice. So you see, all of these issues, and let me tell you this, that the Ministry of Mines and Energy, there are some people here who believe that it's a cash cow. It should be a cash cow. It was a cash cow yesterday for some people. Therefore, this is our time. It's supposed to be a cash cow. And I said, no, it cannot be because it's my signature. Tomorrow, when I'm going to court, I'm being summoned, my reputation will be at stake. None of you will say, oh, we pressurize him to give license to anybody. So on this Seku issue, I'm very, very much interested in it because number one, that's the main reason I came here tonight and I'm speaking the way I'm speaking. Because I see a smear campaign based on ambition that people have. So they believe that since some of us are being pushed aside now, it means maybe tomorrow we are going to be potential obstacle, we'll fight back. When we get to the politics, when we get to the bridge, we will cross it. That's a different story. But it is a lie, Stanton, and I will say it is a lie. Seku is not able to come and sit in your studio here and even call while I'm here to say, I gave you so and so amount of money for this license. And I want that kind of evidence right now. I want that. So
before we bring it down, Richardson, let me squeeze in one thing real quick, which is so important. Like I said, I have over 45 questions to ask you. Listen, this is very interesting, folks. Share the show. We got Minister Wilma Pate, former Minister of Mines and Energy, and it's going to be a wonderful program, and we hope that you can share it. Minister, let's talk about the John Mahama allegation. These are allegations that were presented to the president. So when I asked you the other day, a few months back, that Richardson, I asked the minister, what about this, what about that? Because I knew that this day was coming. John Mahama, brother, did he personally buy you a plane ticket? Did he personally, John Mahama, the president of his brother of Ghana, right? The allegation that he caught you a plane ticket and gave you some undisclosed. What was your business with John Mahama and gaining some lesson, exploration lesson or any lesson in the Liberian mining sector?
John Mahama?
His brother.
No, Ibrahim? No. Ibrahim had no interest in any mining license in Liberia. If anybody says that, then I think they are lying. They are lying. All right? What? They have nothing. He has no money interest in Liberia. In fact, the thing and let me put it this way. Our Secretary General of the Unity Party and President Seli sent us to Ghana to do a study tour while we were planning for 2011 campaign. So when we went there, the current chairman of the NDC, Asiedu, At the time, he was Secretary General. He had small body, 2 small body people. They call him in Ghana, they call him General Mosquito. So when they saw me too, they call me Mosquito. Ibrahim called me Mosquito. So his brother was vice president at the time. So we've been knowing each other. But when this government came in, I think it was, I can't remember the exact occasion. I was in Accra, and then I met them. And in fact, I think this is what people may not be understanding.
Thank you very much.
Kavala Resources. I think they are trying to confuse things. Kavala Resources is owned by Dr. Sam Jonah. Kavala Resources is the company that took over Mount Kitoma, the mountain right by Nimba before getting to Sanikore. So it is that mountain. Yes. So they have that agreement, that MDA. St. Jonah has a Kavala Resources. So it's been sitting down for whatever reason. So we're pushing for them to be able to restart the project. I don't know whether they have started. So while I was in Ghana, I met St. Jonah and all of that. He talked about that. I said, but you people need to make sure that you start your work. That's the kind of relationship we have, nothing else. So to say, the people have to be careful. Ibrahim Mahama has no money interest in Liberia. I think it's unfair. Whoever is behind this thing, I think they are trying to sow seed of discord. They're trying to misrepresent what they don't even know. I think it's unfair.
So let me ask you a question. Did the president ever talk to you? If it's privilege, we respect that. Did President Barker ever talk to you about Ibrahim Mahama?
No. As the president office, it's not true.
Were you given a chance to speak to the president concerning? I want to go back to the Northwest, and Dr. Richardson can come in, because this allegation came up, Minister. And what is so surprising is that you seem not to know that they have alleged to the president that you were taking bribe, right, for mining lessons and exploration lessons here and there across the country. Were you ever approached by anyone in the government on this allegation? Like we are now confirming the Sekou Dukley Northwestern Company that came up surprisingly, you get to know after you were removed from office.
No. And stand on. This is where my pay. This is me. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. It is not true. It's unfair. In fact, now I'm going to be fighting now. Maybe I've been a little bit quiet in my private life. So they want to make sure that what they want to do is to make sure, and that's what I told you earlier, I said, I am a target. And because now I'm convinced that I'm a target now, I am going to be involved with what I will be involved with at my best. Because it is wrong. Nobody, and let me put it this way, not even the president, nobody confronted me on any mining license for any group, for any reason. What is that? What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of stupidity, what kind of wickedness is this? Is this what we promised to do for the people? I think it's unfair to me. Yes, I don't have power. They can crush me because they have the power. But when you even beating the child, but if the child take one pebble and hit you with it at news, it can make news. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of evil is that? What kind of evil is that?
Okay, so we're gonna move to Dr. Richardson. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead.
I told you I came here to tell my story, and then you know that you've been behind me even ever since for months. When I left from here, the 2024, you were behind me all the time to come here. I'm not that kind of person who can 5 minutes jump to a studio to sit down and talk. But this particular one, I have rolled up my sleeves. They will crush me, I know, because they have the power, but it's going to be even stealing. If I will die, let me die fighting. Let me die fighting. Yeah, because it's unfair. They fought me. I'm sitting down quietly in my private life. I'm not bothering anybody. What kind of stupidity? See what they are even trying to do. This government has a very good working relationship with President Mahama and his country. And that relationship between President Mahama and President Boakai goes far back when the two of them were vice presidents. In fact, that's one of the reasons why our previous administration, President Boakai, started having issue within our own government, because when Ghana was going to the World Cup in 2014 in Brazil, President Mahama sent his aircraft here for Vice President Boakai to go there, and he went there to see the Ghana Black Stars up. After that, it became an issue. People were gossiping in our government within Unity Party circle. Oh, you see, they went to Mananseli. They say, you see there, they say what is happening, and the man sent his plane and all of that. I'm saying things I know because I was an insider. So they want to spoil that relationship with their stupidity or their BM thing they own. Their BM thing they own. They think the people of Liberia don't know them. The criminal deeds that they have struck. Even as I speak to you, I have documents, sensitive documents. I can't give out now. I have sensitive documents how they have sold out some of our important mineral deposits. I have that. The deals that they cross, the deals they try to cross with other companies in the country already. I intercepted that. It's right now in my hand. It's in my hand right now. They don't know about it, but I know it. Yeah. So they're afraid. They wanted me out of the way so they can do whatever they want to do. But I'm out of the way. So what they want to do? But I will fight. And I'm announcing it here. I'm going to fight. I don't have the means. I don't have money, but I have the capacity. God has given me the little things that God has given me. I will fight with it. What is that? What kind of evil is that? What kind of evil is that? They're supposed to go back into our struggle days and check my records. They didn't check my records and tell them and see whether I can budge. Whether I can be intimidated. They think they can intimidate me. Oh, you know what? Let's plaster him with this. Let's intimidate him. Let's say this. Then people will not listen to him. Liberians listen to all of us. Liberians know we must pay. In fact, I'm a modest person. I'm not a greedy person. I don't need a lot of money to live. I left government, appointed position in 2010 when I became Secretary General. I was privileged. I was in a position where I could have held that position along with Secretary General. I said, no, I can't. So I left government in 2010 up to 2024. How you think I was living? How you think I've been living? This week, I'm going to speak in Nimba. This is where the campaign will start. Maybe they want us to start all the campaign for 2029 right now. Yeah? What is that? What kind of wickedness is that? How dare you lie and even talk about John Mahama, Ibrahim? Those are people who are friends of Liberia and friends of this government, man. For God's sake. The very people who are talking when they go to Ghana, those are the people they are with all the time. For God's sake. Amen. They want to use me as the scapegoat to divert attention from some of the stupidity that has happened in the country already. You can't run away from your shadows. They undermining the president. The reason why I've been very calm and polite and I've been calm is that if the house belongs to you and you people are in the house and strangers come and they want to cause a fight in our house to break that house, you people own the house, you'll be careful. That's why I've been very, very careful, because this is the house that we fought to build, to erect. When some of them were dying, doing different things. We know they themselves know their records. They were with the last administration. They know what they did. Do you know why Samuel Twe and other people are grieving in their name today? Do you know that? And they want to sit down and take liberty with my good reputation. Reputation they can't match even by 1% with their criminal records. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of nonsense is that? They want me to go into exile with my family. I will not go into exile. Whatever disco they want us to dance, we dance it. We dance it here. And now that the die is cast, there's no turning back. There's no turning back now. Let them do what they want to do. What kind of foolishness is that? You can't bring John Mahama. Those are friends of Liberia. I mean, it's unfair to them. You want to do your dirty local Liberian politics? Do the politics. Let's do the politics. And forget about those things. What kind of foolishness is that? I want them to come out. Let them come out and say, Wemope, we gave you so amount to get license to so and so thing. And let's see whether it will not end up in court. We all will go to the court to prove it. Because that's even a crime. That is a crime to bribe people, to take license and give to somebody. What is that? No investor will come to Liberia and come and give you money in the corner and say, you know what, go give me license. There is a procedure for that. Open process. How in the hell they would think they can try to take liberty with people's character? They've been doing it to other people. But I am the last person. This tiny, skinny person sitting down in studio here is the last person they have done it to. Yeah? What is that? They want to replace Unity Party. They think we don't know that? They are fighting hard to replace Unity Party. They know that. They're targeting all the potential people in Unity Party and fighting them, thinking that that will give them the advantage. That is the strategy. That strategy will not work. It will not work. It will not work. They will not succeed. They will not replace Unity Party. Let them try hard. They can look for all the money. And I have been in politics since 2005 in this country. I know that money does not win elections. Money does not win. It can help you, but it will not win elections. I don't care what you do. You can party, you can keep it, you can put it in warehouses and whatever, you can loot it, however way you want to do it, it cannot help. If money were to help, then time that day, George Weah is the president of Liberia. George Weah is the president of Liberia. Liberians are not foolish people. What kind of nonsense is that? And they don't know that I can be very brutal. And I'm one person, God gifted me so well that I can write, I can speak, I'm brave, I'm not afraid. Hell, man, I can just eat my dry rice, I'm all right. I eat my dry rice. I don't have a family that is greedy. I don't have a wife who wants to be all over the place there. That's why God can go ahead of people. He can prepare people. He can prepare people. He prepared me long ago. Yeah. Since I am their target, I'm ready. The target is ready now. Let them go ahead. The target is ready. Yeah. Because that kind of evil. 8 months are left. I'm sitting down quietly. Yeah, okay, you did. And that's what I said earlier. Right from day one, I went to that ministry. Every day. Every day. Everybody connected to these very people. What is that? Because I resisted, because I stood my ground. If I had to do it again, I would do it 1 billion times better. If I had to do it again, I would do it 1 billion times better. Is that why they have deceived the people? I have here with me, we're talking about job, employment. We issue a regulation. It's a job creation tool, powerful job creation tool, where mining companies coming into the country are required to, there were 27 fee structures from 2013 the country has been using. We decided, review that, we introduced 87 more fee structures. Us complaining about these companies bringing foreigners to work. Let's be creative. If a company comes to this country, let's be creative. If you are bringing a mine manager or mine surveyor, you bring in all these people and you say you want to bring them here, they have to obtain permits. I will send you all the documents so you can analyze, take your time and go through it. They step on all of that, a regulation that is in effect. I was the one that said, let's change the Class A mining company, big companies, the ArcelorMittal, Beer Mountain, they were paying, ArcelorMittal pay $50,000 for 25 years. If you divide that money by 25, that is $2,000 per year. Sierra Leone right next door here, Class A company pays $1 million every year, renewing license every year. Ghana, $1.5 million every year. You renew your license. We said, no, why should we take our mining license, which is a regulatory tool, and lock it up in a concession agreement? It doesn't make sense. So we raised the issue. Why is ArcelorMittal pay? Now they went, instead of revisiting the regulation, using the regulation, they went over and said ArcelorMittal pay $500,000 because the $500,000 we intended that it will be for new company. A new company will pay $500,000. By the time you start production, you pay $1 million every year. We carry Class B license up to $50,000. What is that? Those were some of the reforms. The Ministry of Mines and Energy was sitting down over there, derelict, with a demoralized workforce. We revised that. Companies were refused honor the mineral and mining law and the exploration regulation. Each company license holder in the country is to recruit at least 2 persons to a license. All of those programs were dormant. When we revised and we relaunched, recruited, we made sure companies were able to recruit 114 plus, and now I'm sure they are continuing that same exercise. We decided to decentralize the ministry. The ministry was never decentralized properly. We recruited 30 geologists, mining engineers, resident geologists, and resident mining engineers. In fact, we were able to talk to the Indian embassy here. They talked to their government. 30 of those people went to India and they were able to train, and now professional master degree holder, county mine officer, and all of those. We did all of that. We restore public and investor confidence in the sector. The sector was a cartel. All the functions of the ministry, statutory functions of the ministry, were arbitrarily removed and taken to the Ministry of State as at May the 7th, 2018. All the ministry was doing there was, at the end of every time, the Ministry of State will write the minister and say, Mr. Minister, the following app company have been vetted. Executive Mansion was doing that. As the following company have been vetted, so go ahead and issue. So the minister was just sitting down there, just signing. We reviewed that. In fact, in April of 2024, we wrote the ministry, that issue went to the cabinet. We wrote the Ministry of Justice for legal opinion, saying the director came from the Executive Mansion. I, as minister, could not revoke it. Justice Minister was asked. I know maybe by now they have responded, they have provided the legal opinion. Everything we did over there. And the way we serve our country, and the reward they have for me is to be stupid enough to try to destroy my character. I can be very, very impolite when it comes to this, Stanton. I'm not afraid of that. What kind of rudeness and what kind of indiscipline is that? The baby not born yet, the abo baby that. We ain't go nowhere yet. One prominent Nima citizen told me this last year. He told me, I said, wait, man, the way the country, the way we are going, the old man, I think the old man should be careful. Because the way I see some things, if the old man decide to step aside and so thing happen by accident, you know what will happen? many of us will be chased into exile. Every day it rings in my ear. It echoes in my ear. And this is the kind of society here. And me, thank God that now I know. I didn't know first, so I was acting, calm as usual. But now that I know, I'm throwing it to them now that I have accepted a challenge. And every single day, the thing about it, they will pay money, I will make news. They will pay money, I will make news. Yeah, so it's unfair. Internationally, the kind of respect we earned and we brought. Talk to mining minister, mineral and mining minister in the sub-region across the continent and around. The representations we made to places stand on. I'm not boasting. I'm not that kind of person who can boast. The people know. The international people know. So the way I was treated last year, no, but who has been treated like that? You serve your country while you are making a representation abroad and orchestration is done. And then you are supposed to be disgraced as I was disgraced. They thought that maybe I was going to fall off, but I serve the living God who is big enough. No power can do me anything. I don't care who is that power. What is that? The old man brought them closer. He brought them into his government. Is this the way they will behave? And everything is just about money? Is this the way to get money? Is this the way to get money?
Allow us to do some takeaway. Thank you very much. I gave you a lot of time that you can address these serious allegations and serious issue. From the Sekou Douklé, the National Port Authority Managing Director, the Northwestern Company, on those allegations. One, let's talk about the
Where is the Northwestern Company?
No. I want to squeeze this thing in. It's very important, Minister, for us to hear you on this. You said they're trying to take away the party. Who trying to take away the party and how? You said it. You said they're trying to take away the party.
Yeah, to take away the party. But this is what is happening. This is what is happening. When somebody comes to you to live in your house and you accommodate the person in your house, and the person says, you know what, I will be independent. I'll do everything independent of you. Doesn't that ring a bell? Thomas Fala. That's Jeremiah Kun. They form Nimbo. What do you think they are doing? A political party they are forming. And the United Party people got to be naive to sit there and think that these people are interested in working with them. And I am the person saying it. I am saying that. And that's why Minister Yumale said the last time. Now, if you come to join people, if you want to support the president, and the president has his vehicle, a political party as his vehicle, why don't you just get integrated into it? Especially so if your previous party has expelled you. But here is it. These people think they are smart. They are the people we should actually be prosecuting because their hands were in a cookie jar. These were the people who were chair on Ways and Means and co-chair respectively, working with the very people that today are turned out to be their enemies. And that's why when I sit down and do the analysis, I can now understand why President Weah and his people can be so bitter with certain people. So now they want to come and sit on us. They sit on our shoulders, then you say we are smelly. And we United Party people, even though some of us don't hold any official title in the party, we are supposed to sit down and fold our hands? No, we're not. We will not. We're enlightening the people. Yeah? We were enlightening the people. The United Party is a party into which a lot of sacrifices. When I was Secretary General, and there are a lot of people who made sacrifices in the Unity Party, I was the very first person in the leadership of the Unity Party who stood at the time when some people didn't believe in this very president today. And some of them are sitting down here, they want to pretend that they are concerned. So yes, the party is threatened because while there is a calculated attempt to target the party's towards potential people who tomorrow could play some meaningful role or contribute to the party. So let's eliminate them, let's suppress them, let's make sure that eventually then we can fill the structure. And some of our people don't know that, but I am the one saying that now. And this is the situation. They want to take you want to reap what you didn't sow. What is that? Thank God myself from Nimba County. Thank God myself from Nimba County. I speak the Man language. I speak the Dan language. So nobody going to gossip about me that I will not hear. And nobody going to bar me from entering anywhere in Nimba to speak my mind. We all communicate. You go, you talk your own. I'll go, I talk my own. You talk your own, I talk your own. I talk my own. You come to Montserrat.
That's our motto. You tell your own, I talk my own.
What is that? No, let me say the Stanton lastly.
No, it cannot be lastly. We stay there. We got 2 more to go.
But let me say this. This country is for all of us. There is nobody here who is more Liberian than any other person. Nobody here who has a purer blood than any other Liberian. I cannot sit here and profess or claim to be more Liberian than any other person. We are all Liberians. We are all stakeholders. We have a stake here. Each of us has a stake here. Whether you are here at home or you live abroad, we are all Liberians. And this is the reason why there's so much tension in the country. We need to reduce the tension. And until we can isolate these greedy people who see public office as opportunity for them to enrich and service their selfish appetite, we are going to struggle for a long time. What Liberia needs is a transformation, not some progress. The government has been doing some strides and all of that. We need to move ahead. When you stay behind, when you are late, you double up. You need to operate in an orthodox way in order for you to catch up. This is where Liberia is. A country with the potential that we have, even iron ore, the potential, the raw potential we have for iron ore, estimate about 17 billion tons of iron ore, the one we know of. And if you take it just at the minimum value of, say, a price of about 100 US, if you just take that raw, and this is now representative of everything that we have in terms of iron ore, because that's where we have our biggest potential. You are talking about $1.7 trillion potential wealth sitting down idle that other people just want to think that they are smart. They can mortgage it, and few companies can give them something, and then they sit down, they are like they are smart. What is that? Beer Mountain. Do you know the project over there? How much they are generating? The 1.6 billion plus they're generating within 25 years. That would be about 40.3 billion US dollars. What is that? Liberia, and ask my colleagues when I work in a cabinet, they know that I used to say this. Liberia, we don't need to be borrowing money.
But what did you do with Beer Mountain? What was your approach on them while you were serving as Minister for Mines and Energy?
Our first approach was to review all these concessions, and the president said that. So we're acting exactly in line with that. The first thing is, as Trevor Manor, former South African finance minister, said, if you can't measure it, you cannot manage it. I don't see how we can be a sovereign country without custody over our resources. Sovereignty without custody is useless, it's meaningless. You are still at the mercy of the people. And let me put it this way, these companies that operate here, they all want to do the right thing. They have demonstrated that we engage and they all willing. But you know, here is it, if you are in a house and you people who want the right thing to be done, then the people pass around, the people come, then somebody comes from your house and go to the person, but you know that thing Stanton is saying, with the people talking, but we can do it the other way. What do you think the people do? The people want to do the right things in your country because they are investors. They want to make sure that they stay here, they operate so it can be mutually beneficial. But then people from within your own circle go and tell them, look, I think we can take shortcut. It will be this way. If I come to your house and you tell me, I see you, the way you behave in your house, that's the way you are teaching me to behave. So what we did was, look, let's improve the regulatory environment. First and foremost, let's get away from this whole royalty thing. This royalty regime, 3% royalty on gold. If somebody is generating, say, $1.6 billion every year, at 3%, Liberia will get less than $50 million out of $1.6 billion. So, do you think that which company is able to spend about $1 billion? $1 billion as project cost here. So the people are willing. So we decided to engage the people and make them to understand, and the people are willing to work with us. But again, we have greedy people, just as we are seeing now. Imagine somebody telling you they came a government official, head of an entity, which is the gateway to the economy, telling you that he brought an investor, he brought people and went to the Minister of Mines and Energy and gave $145,000 for license. That is to tell you what they are doing. They are running their institutions. They had the audacity to invest. What a disgrace. What does that say about us? So we said, no, let's try to improve the environment. And we decided to strengthen the ministry. Because the first thing, if you don't get the basics right, it's for nothing. You can't have a ministry that is not even capacitated. The staff and everybody, they are just sitting down there, nothing. Then you will be the one. You sending somebody to go and monitor a mining operation that is generating billions, but the person you are sending to go there as your representative is not even earning $300 a month. What are you talking? You can't be serious. You cannot be serious. So the first thing is to put your house in order. And that's what all the countries around us are doing. That's what Sierra Leone is doing. That's what Guinea is doing. Do you know that we almost went to war the last time with Guinea? But you know why we went to war? We almost went to war while that crisis erupted. If I had remained in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, I don't think we would have reached to that level. Because a mining license was issued to a company to mine in the Makona River, a river that serves as a boundary between two countries. It's a shared resource, shared water resource. None of the one country cannot do it or do anything in that river in isolation or exclusion of the other. Just like Mana River, like Kavala River, like Sinjon, like Sesta, and all of that. But who is talking about that? Who is talking about that? Who is talking about that?
Who the lesson was issued to?
Yeah?
Which company the lesson was issued to?
My memory is right. One BK Money or something like that.
Who owns the company?
BK Enterprise or something like that.
Who owns the company?
I don't know.
Did you give the lesson?
Let me come down. It's not the issue of who owns it. The first thing is the regulator should not have issued license. That is the fact of the matter. You should not have done that.
That's why I'm asking you, why you don't honor your administration or honor the Tingbe administration?
It was done this year, January. The license was issued in January. Even if I were drawn, I could not have issued that kind of license.
Do you think that the reason why the Guineans still get away the Liberian land?
Well, what happened was that was the provocation. You know, Guinea and Liberia have enjoyed very excellent relations since 1958. In fact, when the French government decided to isolate Guinea, because Guinea, according to them, prematurely opted for independence, And they withdrew even down to technicians, teachers, electricians, engineers, auto mechanics. They withdrew everything. Medical doctors, health workers, they withdrew everything. So Guinea in 1958 was left on its own. And the French government made sure that the Guinean government could not even ship or export anything through ports in Cote d'Ivoire. It was the Republic of Liberia that Guinea reached out to, and they were using our port. So Liberia and Guinea have always been on one side. They have always been on one side. In fact, the two countries signed a defense pact. Liberia and Guinea have defense pact. So what could have prompted Guinea to deploy troops and make sure that their troops cross the border into another a neighboring country's territory? So these are some. It is greed. It is greed. And until we can, the president used to always say to me, Wilma, when God helps you to control greed, then more than 80% of your problems are solved. Greed is too much, because it's greed that makes people, you government official, you want to own this, you want to own that. And Stanton, I'm going to tell you some more things. We are doing investigation. We are doing our own assessment. There are indications that these very people who think they can throw mud on us are acquiring properties all over this place. All over. Which undermines the president's own agenda. And I'm saying it because people are murmuring about it. What do you think will make any cartel brave? To bring drugs. How you think the cocaine enter here? I worked with the Ministry of Commerce before, Assistant Minister for Commerce and Trade. So I understand trade, international trade to some extent. You know, the shipping industry, when you bring bulk cargo like that through shipping, is less riskier. So they can take those things and come. So what is that? Why are you exposing our country like this? If the president invited you to come and work there, it means that it's a license for you to destroy the image of our country. Some of us were talking. Understand that? So they see where they want to bastardize everywhere and contaminate our governance system after all the sacrifices the people made, the pains our people are going through, the years of civil war. What is that? What is that? What the top men do, all the property the top men and all these people acquire, what became of them? Go to Cape in Harper, Maryland County. See the building that top men had there. Who lives in it today? You think a top man had worked hard to earn his own money? You think he would have put it in that kind of useless structure? Go all around the country, right here, Congo Town, everywhere. Why is this that this generation, in our generation, why can't we learn and do it differently? Today, everybody runs to Ghana and all of that. You go to places, you see other countries, you sit down and say, yeah, these people have built their country and they are. You come back, then you say, you know what, let's keep our country as it is. How can you steal from yourself? How can you rob yourself? How can you cheat yourself? For God's sake. It's not fair. Botswana, the small African country of Botswana in Southern Africa, just diamond. They have diamond. When they discovered diamond, when De Beer went there, De Beer wanted to do, they did a concession. They wanted to do the concession. So they told De Beer, they say, you know what? We don't have problem with you. You can operate in our country. We can award you the concession. But you know what? Everything you want to do with diamond, do it in Botswana. De Beer they cut the diamond there. They polish it right there. Today, university students are paid to go to school. Housing, So this just a few days, I think yesterday or not yesterday or today, the Ministry of Health submitted a national health insurance scheme. You know what that means? Where will we get the money from to support this program? From the mining industry.
Let me move ahead, Minister. Minister, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Lastly, before you continue, this is what we did, because you asked what you did. I went to Labrador with the National Investment Commission chair because, I like to act on information. We went to Labrador. We saw the operations that ArcelorMittal has there, the project they have there. The iron ore, they mine there, the grade is very, very low, but they have a very serious program there. So what we were trying to encourage them was, I told the management, I said, you know what, if you can just do about 40% of what you're doing in Canada here, in Liberia, our issue will be all right. The problem we have here is not with the concessionaires. It's not with the companies. The problem is with greed. Nobody should blame ArcelorMittal or Beer Mountain, all these companies, because the people are here, they want to come and do business, they want to make money. But we should be the one to negotiate and say, you know what, let's do it so it can be mutually beneficial. You benefit and we benefit. Before all these companies came, the mining model, the concession model we had in Liberia was joint venture. Lamco, I spent my childhood around the Yekepa area. It was joint venture, what people are calling today partnership. Partnership, the joint venture. The company Lamco was operating in that place. The children, the Swedish people and the American people, their children went to school in Yekepa. They themselves, the workers, the staff, the senior people, they went to hospital in Yekepa. Why can't we do the same thing? But only we can do that. Nobody from outside will transform this country. And the way you present yourself, that's the way, and all the countries around us here are positioning themselves to take control of their resources. And we are sitting down here doing, and we think the problem will wait. I attended a Council of Ministers meeting in Abuja. This is what I told my colleagues, fellow ministers from Africa. And everybody was complaining. They say, you know what? We had demonstration here, protest there. I said, look, the issue is not, don't be afraid of the protests and the agitation. Let's use the resources we have to transform the lives of our people. Because I don't care what you do, the generation the younger generation, you can't tell the people, when President Sali, when our government came that time, we told the people, hope, we just came from civil war, so you know what, be patient. After 12 years, when George Weah came, he told the people, wait, be patient. When we are now in power, we keep telling the people, wait for how long?
Thank you. Let move ahead. Thank you very much. Listen, Minister, it's always good having you. We got about 20 more minutes to spend with you. Let's try to squeeze our last questions in. I want to go back to the border issue. It's very sensitive. We are getting new videos from the border. The Guinea still on the side of our land. Jeremy Pierre said that normal activities is going on, that the issue is resolved. And I saw that on Facebook. I said, seriously, is this what Jeremy Pierre is saying? But we're going to play that video tomorrow, live video from the border. We're going to discuss it tomorrow. But I want to go back to what you said. It's because the next administration, when you left, gave lesson for them to mine and go and dig gold and resources from the Manakoma River. That what provoked the Guineans from occupying our land. I mean, is that something that you believe that exactly what happened in Lofa County?
But this is it, Canton. I think you need to do further research on that. But here is what happened. This is what happened. The prefecture the region across the border, the administration there, I understand, expressed that concern when they realized that there was mining in that river, mining activities in that river. They expressed that concern to our local people, local government or whatever. And it persisted. When it persisted, that was when now their troops intervened. Nobody is saying that. I am saying that because I did my own background. And it is obvious that's what happened. But after all, in your own right mind, what you think could have provoked Guinea?
Do you think the Guineans going to leave? Would they leave?
It's not about conquest. It's not about conquest. Guinea and Liberia are not neighbors by choice. The geography will remain as it is.
Will Guineans withdraw? Would they retreat? Would they leave?
Well, I think with the diplomatic maneuvers and whatever the president has promised, I just hope that is going to, we have to assure each other. Don't forget that Guinea too is close to the Sahel. And here is a risk that people don't understand. The reason why some of us people think we are heavy-handed when we are in authority is this. You see, the mining environment in this country is also a potential, it's a hotspot. There's a risk associated with that. When you have a whole lot of illicit activities and you don't move quickly to regulate and to improve the sector, you know what will happen? You become vulnerable. And with the porosity of the borders we have, and Liberia being close to the Sahel region, where transnational crime and all of these things are happening, so the mining environment now will become hotbed for crime. And this is where criminals come. I listened to the president, I think some time ago, and then is it the LRRC reporting that there are about 140,000 Burkinabes in the southeast. Isn't that a call for concern? Where in the world 140,000 people will just cross and come into a country, and they are those people, their country does not share border with you. It's dangerous. And this is going to change the demography in the southeast. In those counties, it will change the demography. So we have to be genuine, we have to be sincere, and those of us who are privileged to serve our country, we should be genuine to the leadership.
Thank you. Let me squeeze in this. I will leave the last two with Dr. Richardson because it's been a very interesting show. Though we have some technical issue, people try to sabotage our program, but you've been strong, you've been patient, and the folks saying thank you for appearing on Spoon tonight. You said in one of the questions, you said that it's sold and they are selling our resources. Let me bring up Putu Mountain. Talk to us about Putu Mountain, the back and forth negotiation with Putu between Planet One and Sherry Adala Company, AMR. What can you tell the Liberian people? How did you leave the negotiation when it came to Putu Mountain?
I think here's the way I will respond to this. And every time I speak, I'm not speaking here, and don't get me wrong. I am not opposed to any investor because sometimes those of us who are highlanders, that's how they try to portray us, unfortunately. Even though I don't apologize for my being a highlander. Because even Donald Trump is a highlander. So when it comes to my country, I cannot compromise that. This is what we said. And Stanton, I'm throwing this challenge to all of you, those who are in the media, Liberians, everywhere. This is the challenge I'm throwing to you. All the concession agreements we have in Liberia, whether it's ArcelorMittal, whether it's China Union, whether it's Western Cluster, it's Beer Mountain, those concession agreements were all inherited. They were inherited. And so, and if you go across those concessions, if you check across them, a whole lot of inconsistencies, different models. So we said, let's change the model. And thank God the cabinet through the interministerial concession, everybody can be in agreement, but when it comes to the implementation, that's when sometimes the problem can come in. So our position when I was Minister of Mines and Energy was PUTU, let us use PUTU as a complete test case. The existing concession agreement, whether it's META, whether it's China Union, whether all these, there's no way you can perfect those agreements. Because why? You will live with them for a long time to come. The only thing you do, you'll be pushing the company to make sure they do this. And then when you press, you will come to the terms and make sure you do it and make sure you benefit. So our position was, let's use PUTU. If Silver Star, the Russian holder, if they are saying that they want maybe 20 to 30 million US dollars, let the Republic of Liberia raise this money and reacquire and the asset reverse to us. Then we can now decide what we do with it. But we have about 9, that at that time was maybe 10, around 10, 9, 10, 11 years left. So you say, you know what, let's effect kinship control. That means you give it to a new group, come and pay that money or whatever, and then you give it to them. Within less than 2 years or 1 year, in fact, that company will come right back to you and say, you know what, the 9 years left in the agreement, we can't do anything, so we want you to extend the agreement. So your hands are tied. PUTU is one of our best assets. So let's take it and begin to rewrite the narrative.
Were you approached by some folks in the government I got to push this question on you. Minister, I'm going to say a proposal, but I got to push this on you. I got to push this. Please forgive me. Were you approached by folks around the president that you have to agree on certain conditions when it came to PUTU, and you disagree?
Yes, I disagree on many things. I disagree on many things, and not because I didn't want to cooperate. In fact, at some point, the president would tell me, Wilmot, if people come to me, they complain, they say, oh, you're not cooperating with them, but they can't tell me why you're not cooperating with them. I say, but Mr. President, the people don't want us to, they want us to do things, they see, oh, no, we can't do that, Wilmot. You know, Wilmot, but then hold your ground, we can't do that.
Well, if that is the case, that's why I'm coming from. Minister, please, we got to get the story straight. And that's exactly where I'm coming from. Because I was told they approached you on different suggestions, and you were stubborn. And you said, no, for country, we cannot go this route. They went back to the president, you're just saying exactly what I was told. And because of that, some of those reasons led the president to remove you. And you got to explain to the country.
Yeah, but
here for a good thing, not for a bad thing.
No, I know. I mean, for me, I don't regret most of the actions I took. It's not just PUTU, even the ArcelorMittal negotiation. And you know, because I want to be fair to all the concessionaires. I want to be fair. I don't want to just focus on one aspect of it. The ArcelorMittal agreement, we have gone 20 years, 5 years left. The old agreement was due to have expired in September of 2030. So why are we in a hurry to extend it? The closer we get to the expiration date, the stronger our negotiating position. That was our argument. Number 2, this is what we should do. Let's remove licensing from all concession agreement, not just Ministry of Mines, not just mining license, but any license for that matter. Number 2, let us make sure that these companies, we are able to engage them to make sure, for example, Biamanti, where you producing cement in Liberia for? We have Cementco. So how the local industry will grow. If you are producing water, then you undermine the local water industry. How are we going to create wealth? So the thing with the PUTU is that it's an excellent opportunity, and I did reach out to all the leaders, the key stakeholders. They say, look, let us insist. We shouldn't rush. Minerals don't get rotting and stand on. This is the basis of my position, my firmness. In 1958 and in the 60s, when we were awarding concession agreement to all these companies, Secretary was insisting. Secretary died in 1984. Since then, Guinea has not collapsed. Today, they are getting the best deals. Because why? The minerals don't get rotting. They don't also grow. As you extract, they are being depleted. So instead of transferring, causing problems for future generations, we should be sensible and look at let's forget, we shouldn't rush with certain things because it's concession. Once you grant the concession now, then it goes above the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Because then the legislature has ratified it, president has signed into law, anything happen now, whatever you want to do, you got to go through arbitration. Some of the things we changed in some of our concession, and we started it with the Ivanhoe deal. All the concession agreement, there was no provision for penalty. So even if the concession holder is not doing anything, the only thing you can do is you try to pay them. So we said no, there's no penalty for non-compliance. And all these things, and Stanton, the Putu thing is a really good opportunity, even though there was this discussion, and I always like to draw the line. The president, honestly, when you talk to the president one-on-one, and I'm saying it because I worked with him for 10 years. I know what I'm talking about. Because you see, too many cooks can spoil the cook. Too many cooks in the kitchen, preparing all the recipe and this, that, the taste of the food can spoil. All right? But the president, as an individual leader, when you sit with him, because I used to talk with him regularly, but we needed to be united as a country. Because I can't be talking one thing, then the other people go, they talk different thing, or we say in meeting, we agree, we move from there, and then people go say, oh, this women is high there.
And again, because we got 4 more minutes you have to leave. It's 11:26 right now in Liberia. The Honorable
you want me to
No, we got a lot to cover. We have a lot to cover. Dr. Richardson, you have anything to squeeze in? I got my last 3 questions, and then we'll give the minister a chance to flow in a which way. You got any question, anything to squeeze in?
No,
I want to go back to the party issue when you can.
No, I actually do. I just wanted to clarify that I came from work and they didn't check, the mail to say that I wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be just a one-on-one with the minister. So I just hopped.
Yeah, you did.
To let me come on. But so that's all. I just wanted to clarify that, I just jumped on. So
no, but thank you very much. It's okay. I love having you on. I do. I love having you on, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much. Minister, I want to go back to the party issue. You seem to have concern about this NIMBO. It's very important as we move closer to 2029. It seems to be that you don't believe in NIMBO and you're on the side of Francis Umali.
Yes. I support his position, and it's a genuine position, and it is not because he's against any particular person. Just as I'm expressing mine freely, it's a strong position, and I hope that the party leadership can see it that way and approach it. Because you know why? The only time the Unity Party will have the opportunity to take position and do some in-house cleaning will be in 2028 when the party goes for national convention, which will just be about 1 year before the election. That may be too late. That may be too late. So if you don't put your house in order now, you wake up, before you look, you are stabbed in the back. It becomes too late for you to go back and try to do it, because usually the issues that come within the party, and every political party and the Unity Party is no exception. There are different sides, there are different views. There are highlanders, there are center left, center right, and all of those people are within a political party. So there will be people who will look at the issue in different ways. So it's time for us to consolidate our base. How do you consolidate your base? When you are sitting down and people are undercutting you. The president is from Lofa. Our standard bearer is from Lofa. And then you sit down, somebody comes to you smartly. The person is smartly undercutting you into your base and forming an independent organization, impressing you deceptively that it is not a political party, but it's a movement. But then eventually, before you come to yourself, it's too late. What is that? And I'm concerned about that. And I don't think I'm the only person expressing this concern. But I am courageous enough and joining Minister Yumali to express it publicly, which I believe is in the best interest of the Unity Party. So I don't think it's a good strategy to ignore it, to pretend that there's not an issue. It is an issue. If we should go to a political process where alliance or whatever, I think we should first put our house in order. When the house is in order, then you can stand up and engage and compete. It's a competition. So do you think
Thomas Fala fit in within the Unity Party? Does he fit in?
Well, a political party, I learned this from President Obasanjo when I met him in 2017 when we had a meeting. I learned this from him and we're discussing, and I brought an issue. I said, what we need is to win election. In order to win, you need votes. There's no standard for vote. There's no standard for vote. You have standard for governance. You can set standard for governance. When you win election, you can say, you know what, Wemope, you don't meet my criteria, so you can't serve in this government because of ABC. The criteria I'm looking for, I can't find them in you. But you can't say, Wemope, I don't need your vote because my vote, Stanton vote or whoever, and President Obasanjo came in quickly and said, but Wemo, you are right. In fact, in Nigeria, we say you need the devils and the saints, the sinners and the saints to win an election. But then you revert to the saints to govern. So what I'm saying is that if Fala genuinely wants to work with Unity Party, because when you say you want to work with the president, you support the president, you believe in the president's agenda. If you like the monkey, you let it take. Yeah? Because there's no way the president can continue without using the Unity Party as a vehicle. He's not going to form a new political party. I think it's very, very important. So then, what is the obstacle? So I think a Unity Party may need him, but obviously Thomas Fala was in Lofa. You know that he was there, and Unity Party went ahead and won election. But what you could be cleverly doing now is to weaken yourself by allowing him to take charge of Lofa County. When he takes charge of Lofa County politically, what do you think will happen to all the Unity Party people who have potential and all of that? Don't be surprised you get to 2029 and Fala comes and says, this is what I want. I want to be there or I want to do that. I'm not saying you shouldn't have any ambition, but you can't sit on my shoulder and you say, I'm smelly. I don't think it's fair to the Unity Party. And the leaders of the Unity Party need to wise up. It's nothing to pretend about. Time is not there.
Is President Boga protecting? Is President Boga protecting? Is President Boga protecting Thomas Fala?
No, I don't think the president will protect Thomas Fala, but I think what we need is to firstly know what did Fala do in 2023. In fact, Fala is a reason why some people die, some Liberian citizens die in Lofa. In a very foyer. What is he bringing to the table? I don't see what he's bringing. He is only benefiting from us. And let's be realistic. This is, with all due respect to him, he is only benefiting from us. He hasn't offered anything to us. He's not offering anything. He needs us, but it's being presented as if we are desperate and we need him more than he does. I think this is, and you know, I've been involved with politics for a long time, from the technical level, from the direct level, and of course, from leadership level. So I'm speaking what those who are political analysts will look at and say, but what he's saying makes a lot of sense. How in the world somebody will come and say, you know what, let's break down your house first, and then later on we'll work together. I don't see the rationale, the wisdom in saying.
Is Fala breaking down the Unity Party? Is Fala breaking down the Unity? Is Fala breaking down the Unity Party?
I think it's a risk for the Unity. It poses a risk for the Unity Party, because the time we are supposed to be building our machinery, we are now sitting down, relaxed, thinking that, oh yeah, you know, people are Paladin, and then at the same time they are building their own constituency, and the people who are going to their movement, don't forget that some of them will be Unity Party people, will be going there, because we are not providing. We seem not to be creating the avenue for them, and this is wrong, totally wrong. And the party needs to wake up. And the party needs to wake up. If we don't wake up now, tomorrow may be may just be too late. So how do you come back together and regroup and consolidate? It becomes a difficult thing. I know most times, you know, right now everybody is focused on, you know, trying to position himself or herself, but the institution is that common denominator. It's what brings everybody together. So let's build it, let's protect it, let's maintain it, and let's jealously, you know, protect it.
I want to go back. I want to go back to Nimba. There's a report from Samuel Koga asking for full investigation into the Nimba politics money. I mean, you from Nimba. The GAC report on the Nimba politics and the money. Can you bring us up to speed, or I can play Samuel Koga? He was on the floor today, and he said some stuff which people are concerned about. Let me just do this real quick.
Or the budget of the Republic of Liberia.
Well,
and the revenue sharing law talks about area that have natural resources should benefit 10%. But in order for the 10% to be effectuated, there must be a board. And the board to be set up should be done by the following ministry: Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Local Government, to set up the board that will be appointed. In the absence of the nomination of the board members, the Local Government Act that talk about revenue sharing will not take effect. So we are vetting of those circumstances. Based on national budget 2026, ArcelorMittal contribution toward the national budget was 200 million. Out of the 200 million, if the board was set up, Nimba County would have gotten 20 million. We were deprived from that. So in order to, and we did our research, it says that because the board was not consummated, so therefore we never got it. So we want to be proactive to ensure that the rightful law take place and to be able to give an account as a respect, as it relates to the issue of the revenue sharing, why we are not getting it. Thank you.
Can you speak to that as son of Nimba?
Firstly, I will speak as a Liberian, a patriot, and of course, as a son of Nimba. In fact, the model we try to push, we fruitlessly try to push when the concession, the amendment was being, the third amendment was being negotiated, which we wanted to be applied to all other concessions, was this. The way we determine even the Social Development Fund. ArcelorMittal was doing, say, let's assume that under the first agreement, they were doing 5 million metric tons per year. 5 million metric tons, 5 million tons, per year. When they were in that agreement, they were doing 5 million tons per year. The Social Development Fund, for example, was $3 million. 1.5 for Nimba, 1 million for Grand Bassa, 500,000 for Bond. That means, in terms of revenue, sales, and all of that, comparing Mittal was actually paying 60 cents per ton. Now, the third amendment says they are going to ramp up production. That means they're coming from 10, they're going to 10 million, and then they go to 15, and then they go to 30 million. Within that 25, during that period, they now will be paying 5 million for social development fund before I come to the 200 million. They will be paying 5 million. So from 3 million to 5 million. So if you do the math, you realize that while production is going up, the social development fund, the ratio is dropping. So they are actually paying, they will be paying less than what they were paying when they were producing 5 million tons per year. You see, this is where we need to think. We need to think. So our proposal, which which I believe would have made some sense, was let's determine that if it is 10 cents per ton, when they produce 10 million, we multiply that. Then that becomes the social development fund. Now let me come, but that didn't happen. Our argument, and of course, we had to leave. So that's what under the bridge now. We have an agreement that we have to live with. The $200 million. That $200 million, what was it for? Sometimes you hear the figure, you say, oh yeah, that big money. The company operated for, say, maybe 20 years. Within the 20-year period, with 5 years left in their agreement, the company says to you that they have not made profit. Therefore, they cannot declare dividend because your 15% share in it, equity share in it, the only way you can benefit from it is when the company declares profits. Now, instead of us focusing on that, that's why I said we would have negotiated from stronger position if we were a little bit patient. And this is what would have happened. We do our math and say, between this, for the 20 years you operated for, let's assume you did even 3 million tons per year. You just multiply that. And then if you even say that the price of iron ore was, say, $80 per ton on average, because at one point during the concession agreement, the previous years, iron ore price went to almost $220 per ton. So you calculate that, then you sit down and say, but Mittal, you have made about $2-3 billion over the year. And you do the math, you tell them, say, but the $1 billion, the $2 billion, the $1 billion you have made, 50% of it is this. So you see, we have just changed ourselves. So they just get round figure and say, we'll give you 200 million because we are cash strapped. We rush for it. So all these arguments the lawmakers are making is water under the bridge. For me, that is not the solution. The way I see the way we do concession in Liberia is the thing is for you. Then I come to you. I tell you, give it to me. We just sign a piece of paper, agreement. We sign the agreement, then I go and start doing business with her, and then I pay tax to you only. It doesn't make sense. If it is just on partnership basis, it will be better. But let me put it this way, and you people are business people, and I'm a low-level business person, but here is the common logic I can bring for people for the lay people and Liberians who are experts for them to be able to look at it. What do these companies bring here? Do they bring cash here? You're a businessman, Stanton? From my analysis, from my thinking, they don't bring money here. The only thing the companies need is what? To get right to an asset that is verifiable. Any bank will give you money. Prove me wrong. I want the economists, I want the banker, the experts to prove me wrong. Any bank will give you money. Because all bank want is there's this asset. Oh, there's a mineral deposit, there's a Putu iron ore deposit. This is the grade of the iron ore. This is the volume of the deposit. And this is how much it is. So then you do feasibility study. The feasibility study confirms that the project is bankable. And then you sign concession agreement. The mineral right, the right you gave to that company becomes the market, the thing they will use to get money. Any bank, anywhere.
And that's exactly how Liberia going down in the drain.
Yeah, this is the thing that we need to understand. So what we're talking about, we'll continue to argue among ourselves. The lawmaker will be complaining because when the money is small, it can't do much.
So,
can't do it.
You work at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Let's talk about energy. What's going on with our energy sector, sir? Why is the country in darkness? Why is this like a revolving door on the downward spiral? Instead of us solving the problem, look at LEC, look at the distributor, the Jungle Water, look at all over in the country, it's just bad. And now we are hearing that B Martin will take over the energy sector. If you know, you can let me know. And again, B Martin will be bringing in billions of dollars of equipment, infrastructure, people coming in to solve our energy problem. What say you? Well, I mean, under the rescue government, from Monica 10 to Sharif to So, to all of them, we are in complete darkness.
Actually, and I like to thank the president and the team members across the sector. And this is why you see these two sectors, I like to discuss them together. The mining industry itself can be hugely critical for developing the energy sector. And here is why. ArcelorMittal need certain power, which our current generation cannot provide. What do you do? In reaching the concession agreement, ArcelorMittal now, you can have an agreement that says, okay, ArcelorMittal, what you want power. That's all you want. We'll give you the power. LEC now can because this is how much power ArcelorMittal needs to run its operations, to support its operations. LEC now can go now and say, okay, you know what? This is the power we have. There is an off-taker. ArcelorMittal is there. This is how much power we need. You enter into some partnership agreement with an independent power producer. That independent power producer comes down, we produce the power, LEC, it sells it to ArcelorMittal. That investment can pay itself up. So this is why we focus so much on the independent power producer and trying to encourage that. First, LEC was having difficulties. So what the government do? We decided to restore LEC to its statutory structure. Because the way LEC was being managed wasn't going to get us there. There's some progress has been made, honestly, and we like to acknowledge that. We were able to, we established energy sector working group where all the players used to come together, all the energy institutions.
But to make this simple, Minister, to make it simple, the country is in darkness. You can talk about the progress of bringing people together.
The thing is, the country is in darkness. We can't, because the generation, our current generation cannot meet our demand. It's just not possible. Because you are generating less.
So what was
you are getting some input, but the input.
We heard this thing. We heard it from President. We heard it from past government. So what?
That's what I'm coming to now.
Yeah,
that's what I'm coming to now to solve the problem. That's why I say use the mining sector. The mining sector can provide that refuge. For example, Bear Mountain needs certain amount of power. Instead of Bear Mountain running its own power or whatever, Bear Mountain can be the off-taker. And then our company comes and produce the power. Certain fee will go to LEC because LEC is responsible for transmission, for all of that. And then Bear Mountain has the power it needs to run its.
Should the government give Bear Mountain unlimited resources?
And this is what, yes, some of the things we did also.
Yeah.
Yes, some of the things we also did. The focus has been too much on Mount Coffee. Then we said, but then let's also investigate to see also the hydro potential we have in the country. So a group came and did some assessment along St. John. They were able to identify, I think around, if I'm not mistaken, 4 possible sites where hydro plant, can be installed along St. John. So we have the potential. The only thing we need is to think out of the box now. And the way to think out of the box, you use one sector where you generate from this sector, you invest it in this sector. So development, I'm not an economist or a development expert.
And I understand that, Minister, should the government
to solve our power problem, you need to be realistic. That's why right now, all we need to do is to get a private sector under the energy compact, the private sector, attracting private sector investment.
And I understand that, but should the government do a battle trade here? Should the government say, take our resources and provide electricity throughout the country? Should the government, because Bear Mountain is coming with a $5 billion project, $5 billion project. Maybe you will look into it when we have another time. You better explain. Say that
you're talking about resource swapping.
Yes,
but resource swapping there's also a risk in it. If you're not careful, you will be giving more out. So what you need to do is to develop the mining sector, properly manage it, and then it can also support the energy sector because all these things go together. But resource swapping is not going to help us. I'm not in favor of that. Maybe until somebody can really convince me.
Well, that's it. That's what the government is coming up with.
Is that you jam, then I come to you and say, you know what you do for me, you jam, you want bag of rice. I say, you know what, but then give me your bed. And that's what you have.
And that's what the government doing. But it's good to have you, Minister. We got about 8 more minutes. We have to let you go by 12 midnight. We cannot have you here 1 minute after. I just want to come back. I want to say thank you. A lot of Liberians follow you through the technical issues, but they were able to recollect and regroup and listen to you. It was very, very intense at some point, but I think you need to do this more often. Let me talk about the imposition and opposition. You are from the imposition. All your life, since I heard of you, doing Madam Salita up to present, you were the Unity Party. Are you concerned about the opposition coming back? The way things is happening in the government, opposition, broad opposition. I'm not restricting this to CDC or ANC or CMC. Are you concerned that will be an opposition takeover if certain things is not met with this government? If the government failed to do certain things, that opposition will take over 2029. What are your thoughts?
There was an opposition to us. Opposition came to power, and Liberians, unsatisfied with the performance, voted that out, and then voted us in. What I am concerned about is what we do now. I'm concerned about what we do now. That's why there's no option. We don't have a choice. The only choice we have is to do what is right. If there is a challenge somewhere, we need to double up. And this is the only time we have is from now to maybe the middle of 2027, if possible. Eh?
The middle of 2027?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the chance we have. The chance we actually have. Some people have even said that we have up to the end of this year, but I'm saying that's the latitude we have. All we need to do is to do what is right. Because the voters.
But are you doing what is right? It's your party. It's your party. It's your party doing what is right. Everything you know as of today, is your party doing what is right?
I don't know in terms when you say right now, because I think we've been having a long conversation. There are issues that need to be addressed. The president will have to put his feet down. And now that I'm not in, because I've been careful not to talk certain things because I was inside. I was a team member. And so sometimes people will say, oh, but when you were there, what did you do? And I'm not speaking like this because I'm out. I'm a bold person, whether I'm in or out. I will always say it. I will always give my honest piece of advice, especially so when you have sacrificed for something, you want it to succeed. So it is the voters that will determine that, but there are commitments that we made that the people will hold us back. The opposition in 2029 will not be explaining what they did. They will not be explaining. They will be happy on our errors. What we said we do that we didn't do. And the voters will begin to see whether we have been consistent. When we were in opposition, we said this. And this is why some of us are very, very concerned, because I want to encourage our people to focus more on the performance. Because you see, as I said earlier, progress can argue for itself. You can erase all the billboards.
I like that. Progress can argue for itself. Let's talk about the
public relations.
Let's talk about the yellow machine. What's your take on the yellow machine and the way in which the government is proceeding?
I'm one of those who was a strong supporter of that, even long before this day, under Madam Sirleaf. And here is the basis of my firm belief in that kind of model. Before the Civil War, Liberia, all of our roads were not paved before the Civil War. But during the rainy season, the Southeast was not inaccessible. Why? Because the Ministry of Public Works had road maintenance units across the country. My hometown had a road maintenance unit, and parts of other parts of Nimba and Zwedru and other parts of Liberia had. So this whole thing about rainy season, the road can be, and those roads were not, they were lateral track, lateral roads, dead road. But cars used to go to all those places. Why you think it happened at that time? It happened because there was a maintenance system. The only thing we need to do with the yellow machine is to make sure that it is proper. We manage it well. We deploy the machines properly, the equipment well, and there's a system of accountability so it doesn't become just as what the 22 yellow machines that Nimba County bought, wrongly. The intention was good, but then eventually it became a difficult thing to manage because somebody who is a representative will say, but I want the machine to go to my district. I want it to go. That's not the way you do development. That's not, and that's what we need to guide.
So you like the fact that the vice president did extremely well to resolve the yellow machine from $84 million to $21.6 million. And now the yellow machine is in the country, and you can give him kudos for that and the government, correct?
Sorry? Say that again.
As I'm saying, the vice president resolved the issue of the yellow machine down to $21.6 million. Yellow machine in the country. Samuka asked for $51 million for operational for 1 year. I mean, is that something you appreciate, though?
Well, I am not an expert on that. I don't know the details of that, so it would be unfair for me to
well, I just told you, thinking that to 21 million.
No, it will be unfair for me to give an assessment of whether that money is adequate or inadequate. But what I would have loved to see, and I'm saying this sincerely, is we first start with a pilot phase. Pilot phase. Start with it on a smaller scale and be doing it, and over time when you have built that capacity based on the experience, then you start to expand. But to deploy all those machines simultaneously across the country, I don't know how effective that is going to be.
Okay.
So that's my honest.
No, I respect that. It was too big of a load. Let's talk about the reshuffle in government. Do you think it's about time that President Bouakai reshuffle? Because when they approach you, they say, hey, it's not a one-off, it's not only you, Sam Sikwato, you say it's about reshuffle. But it wasn't. It was just about you, Wilmot Pate. Do you think it's about time that the president reshuffle?
I'm not in his mind to say that, because the first thing is, and I don't like to be biased, so it doesn't look like, oh, because he's not in now, so he said it's time. And maybe the president will have to look at midterm into his administration. You will look and see what needs to be adjusted and all of that, because we are splitting the term now. By the end of this year, we will have gone 3 years. So even those who been advocating for midterm, some people were, even in 2024, people were talking about reshuffle 2025. It wasn't a realistic proposal, at least as far as I know, given where we were coming from. Many of the institutions have broken down like I think I sent you a documentary of the ministry we inherited. So if you have wanted the president to reshuffle those of us who went to the Ministry of Mines and Energy in 2024 or 2025, what would they have been? What would have informed that decision? Because by the time you started, you needed to get the basics right. So if in his judgment, in his wisdom, if he thinks that, and for me, I think we need to double up on a lot of issues, and some of the issues we need to double up on are the image issues, the corruption issue, because this one can bring a government down. It can bring a government down because it becomes an issue of trust, consistency.
So do you think there's a massive corruption? There's a massive corruption in this government.
Massive?
Yeah.
I will not use that word. There is corruption. There is corruption. I will not use that. Massive. So
there's corruption in this government. It's the president. Is the president handling and addressing the corruption in this government? Is he addressing those issues carefully? You think is he?
Some action have been taken. I just hope that we can move a little bit faster and expedite it, because I will tell you, I was one of those people in the campaign messages that we used in 2023. I clung onto the corruption debate. And so every time I lie down, I reflect on it. And the president did the same. I don't think we were just wrapping our people for the sake of getting votes. I don't think so. I think he
was very sincere. Whenever we spoke to him, he was very sincere. Lastly, and seriously, this is very, very last. We have not heard you speaking about the FOIA project. You think it was a mistake by this government? Whosoever brought those proposals to the president to build almost $10 million project in FOIA. How bad was that? The uptick, the PR was so bad up to today. Can you talk to us?
Well, the FOIA thing, actually, I was in government when it came out. So the president himself said what he said, and at least we accepted what he said I don't know what the latest action is, whether corrective measures have been taken. Or I think the president even spoke to the nation on it on normal occasions. I don't know whether
the president said he didn't. The president said he didn't know about it, but
yes, and he said he was taking action. He said he didn't know about it, but
if there is no action taken, do you think it's going to harm this government, though?
Well, it depends on of course, the opposition will have issues that they will want to hang on, obviously, and this is why I say image is key. In politics, image is key. You people call it optic, but it's image. And that image it's a matter of trust. The voters are not foolish people. They are normal human beings like us. They listen to us. They hear us. They have their own intelligence to make sense. It doesn't matter what we do. So I think it's important for us not to take voters for granted. I think it's important not to take our own people for granted, especially given that in 2023, if you look at the margin in the presidential race, and even you can see that it means that we need to double up.
A very team. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. It's the country, and seriously, this is last, sir. Is the country better today than 3 years ago? It's better today.
But Stanton, we have to be fair. We have to be very, very fair. If I just don't like this. If we are comparing the administrations, the two administrations, then we should compare and be realistic. That means, where was Liberia under President Weah as at this time under President Weah? Where is Liberia today? So those are the ways, and I want analysts to be able to do proper comparison, not just, it shouldn't be sentimental. Because if you talk to UP fanatic, the UP fanatic will say Liberia is better. If you talk to CDC fanatic, will say Liberia is not better. It was better under them. But if you do a proper comparison, then you will see what has worked, what has improved, what hasn't improved, or what needs to improve. And the president himself, who we worked with throughout in the opposition, he used to always acknowledge where progress is made and all of that. So I think we have made some progress, but for me, I am not in favor of some progress. I am not my public service life, and I owe no apology to people for that. I'm not interested in some progress because you can make progress.
I want to leave it like that, but man, I hope to have you back. Don't go too far. You just couldn't answer with definitive. You just couldn't answer. You just couldn't answer with definitive that the country is better. But you are very, very wise, and I like that. Making a comparison, you are very, very objective, and I wrote this down. You say you're ultra-nationalist, and I think I would call myself an ultra-nationalist too. You very, very pointed with your answer. We appreciate you coming on Spoon today. We give you the chance to close. We hope we can have you back in the near future. It's always good having you. To your family, to your generation, you're a good man, and we do appreciate your honesty. Thank you for joining Spoon today.
And thank you. Everything I said here is contained in my handover speech of Friday, November 21st, 2025. I haven't made up any story. I haven't created any new thing. I have tried always my discourse, and moving forward, I want my discourse to always highlight the need for Liberians to take control of their destiny. No country anywhere in the world will build Liberia. Nobody owes Liberia a living. We owe it to ourselves in this generation and to subsequent generations. That's all we need. There's no pretending about it, and we need to be serious about it. Nation building is a pretty hard work. In fact, that's why the Bible says nation builders don't sleep. You don't celebrate when you should be working. The time will come. In fact, when I was in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, I criticized myself. I hold myself high. All right? Because when you get to the point where you start to praise yourself, that you are feel within your that feel good sentiment that you are doing so well, then you are making a mistake. I think we should, every step of the way, we should feel that we haven't done anything. You wake up the next day and say, no, we haven't done anything. We need to do this. Let's stop praising ourselves and work hard and leave the judgment, the validation with Liberians. And I love to be appreciated when I'm not in the service rather than when I'm there. I think this is the kind of orientation.
And this is exactly what I'd like to hear. I want to say to you before you go, someone want to ask you quickly, what you make about this so many removal like Yeke Koruba? You know Yeke. I have to squeeze this in. You have to answer, and that's the last one. The remove Yeke is in code, it's not in code. Do you think the action against people that stood with this government, we can put culture and religion on it if you like, but Yeke Koruba, Matt Jabate, Prophet Key, people that came and stood with this government, and the way in which they felt that they have been treated, what say you?
Maybe I can just speak to this with Prophet Key. I would not speak to that because you see, I don't want it to appear that he's already been punished. So I don't think it would be fair to make any deeper comment on that. But on the Yeke situation, this is the way I see it. This is the way I see it. After the election, and the president, I learned something from the president. Sometimes silence is a very powerful weapon. Can be very effective. When we came from election in fact, when the government came in 2024, around the middle of 2025, there was not much of a noise in the country. The focus, the population, and everybody else was focused on what will happen, how the country will move forward. But then it has become, and I'd like to take you from DeLong, Senator DeLong. Sometimes we Liberians, sometimes we become hypocritical. All right? Like even the issue of corruption. Wilmer pays teas, he corrupts, he goes to a public office, he steals, and then, but then he's mine, even though Wilmer Pay is a rogue, but he's my rogue. He's our rogue. He's our rogue. So then there's solidarity, quote unquote solidarity. But then another person who is not connected to you is involved. Then you take hammer, a sledgehammer. You say, we got to hit him. In that way, we confuse the population. So with Yeke, I think his behavior, even the Prophet Key, or some of those behaviors and I'm a traditional person as well. I grew up in a community, the part of Liberia I come from. When you are rude and whatever you do, they isolate you. In my town, they can isolate you. They excommunicate you. And they make sure if you are a woman, you don't go to fetch water where the women can fetch water. And they make sure they discipline you. So in this case, I think some of the best thing with that, because the leader, the speed of the team is the speed of the boss. President Boakai, the Boakai that we know, those of us who work in his government, we should try to develop a little bit of emotional intelligence in the way we react to other people. Because I believe you can control yourself. You can control yourself. So the legislature too, over the years and all of those things that they did, sometimes you work around people. When you change yourself, then you are working to change other people. But you can't force people to change. And yes, Yeke did things that were not right, but this is Koluba, Yeke Koluba. They see Yeke Koluba, who, that's why some of us, many people say, but in 2023, you people supported, you people with Yeke and all of that. For me, I have not encouraged anybody to abuse any leader in Liberia. I had not encouraged that. I would not encourage that. We all were together. Yes, so that collective guilt, the responsibility is there. But some of us, no. It just happened that you all had to be together when you are there. You don't have the authority to say, no, this one cannot happen. Don't do it this way. But I think sometimes we overreact to situations that we can handle. But people who also become leaders too, to discipline themselves. Because you see, leaders are a reflection of their people. If you are a representative, if you are a leader of the people, your behavior will reflect on the people. And representative or senator or whoever you are, is a serious role.
Thank you.
It's a serious role.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and have a good evening. We hope you had the time to close, sir. Thank you.